Alrighty, think everything should be good now. I got a little bit stuck there because my TITS program decided to quit and not load for several minutes. I was actually thinking it was breaking and I was going to have to reinstall it again. But it was just loading several instances at once. Yeah, hi everybody, hi UCT. How are you all doing? Today I got an exciting new episode of the Doll Stories, the Doll Sitcom. Commander's Doll Sitcom. With Miss Eepy. The eepiest Eepy that ever was. And I'm just gonna double check something because Chi won't let me see. He's just doing things and stuff. His usual shenanigans. I think everything is good now. Say hi to Gigi, by the way. My co-host who contributes nothing. He's a goober. So yeah, has anyone else taken a look at the new Aphelion stuff? I'm actually not completely sure how you're supposed to say Aphelion. Well, hopefully I'm getting it right. I'm kind of excited for it because I wanted to try the new versions of the mini games, but they haven't been out yet until basically right now. And considering that I usually take a long time getting through the story, and it might cross over into the next day, I'm probably just gonna do this real fast. Oh wait, no, I already did it. Never mind. Never mind. I forgot I did it this morning, so I don't even have to worry about that. We can just go right into it. I tend to forget if I've done the dailies or not. Also, why are you making a grumpy face at me, Tsuki? What did I do this time? I'm getting attacked! No! No! I'm dying! JJ thinks I'm going crazy, by the way. Now he's biting me because he doesn't like that I'm screaming. JJ! I'm not being serious, okay, buddy? Because you weren't first? You're attacking me because you weren't first? That doesn't seem fair. It's not like I caused that. Anyhow, check it out, check it out. They got trials and stuff. They let you take a look at the EP. Thank you for the pats, Kuna. How are you doing? I hope you've been well. It's always nice to have you here. Dino's #1 like always. Guys, there's more chances to be first. You don't have to fight. No fighting. Well, I can't pelt Tsuki with food. Yeah, Tsuki, when are you gonna get an option to throw food at you? Wait, hold up. This is the first character trial that actually has dialogue in it. And an intro. That's crazy. They're really going full in on it. They didn't even do it with Klukai. I feel like they should have done it with her because she's probably even more popular, but it's still pretty neat. Wow, are we done yet? I want to sleep already. Gigi, oh, you're being so cute for no reason. Oh shit, there's gonna be more dialogue. Warning, enemy unit spotted ahead. Please prepare for combat. Your combat footage will be fully recorded and sent to your contact Klukai Live. Please prepare for combat. Huh? You're going to snitch on me for a small thing like that? How annoying. Fine. I get it. I'm voice acting. Leave me be. Gigi, stop it. Stop biting me. Everybody's attacking me today. Even my cat is attacking me. What did I do to deserve this? Also, hi Martin Tree. Have you been summoned? Have you been summoned to pelt me with food and cat bites as well? I'm being attacked. I'm being personally attacked today. I just get here and I'm attacked. Fine, I get it. You guys go on. I'll provide support here and there. Alright, well. I guess here would be for the best. Sleep aid kit. She has a lot going on here, I can tell. I don't actually know how exactly this is supposed to go, but I think they're gonna be fine. I mean, we already took out the medic. That's good, right? So patch mode is probably like your default mode. So that's a defensive mode, and then I'm guessing turbo mode. Ah, she gets more aggressive. Oh, she's juicy. She juiced. We got the juice here. When the coffee hits just right, you know what I'm saying? Oh no, they're gonna kill him. They're gonna kill the Surtur. Well, she's a support unit, so I'm not too surprised she doesn't really do that much direct damage. Come on, you can do it, guys. You can get rid of him. Dang, he really has it out for that one dude. Hi, Synchro. You're gonna lurky? Alright, thanks. I hope that you will enjoy the stream today. Lurky, lurky. How are you all doing as well? AJ is making a bunch of noise in the background. He's being a goblin. Oh, hey, here's EP. EP's done. I kind of like, actually, that they did an intro to the trial. Because I haven't seen that before. I wonder if they made one for Diane as well. An actual little character bit. You're mentally out of it? That sucks. I feel like I've been like that for a little while. But it's not been as bad as before. Is something unfortunate been happening? I feel like there's been a lot of stressful stuff going on. Sadly, they didn't upgrade Diane's to include more stuff. It would have been cool. Anyway, Diane is probably gonna be the other banner up right now, which I guess is good for those who wanted her, but while she's handy, you don't really need her. She's kind of an all-physical person at the end of the day. I don't regret getting her though, because she's really, really useful for certain missions. Or you have to have high movement. She's extremely good at it. Always nice to have someone who knows how to schmoove. Wonder if the bear is gonna make it. Oh, there he goes. Hi, Bouncy Cactus. How's my day been going? Actually been going pretty well. I made dinner today, which felt good. And I also got some proper sleep, too. Well, mostly proper. I feel pretty energized right now, actually. Subarashi ne. So yeah, I already know how to play with Diane. She's pretty neat. She's super mobile. We also got a new fancy skin. Although I'm not really interested in the skin because I don't really care for Sharkery that much. And also because it's just pretty much a school swimsuit. Like, there isn't that much going on for it for me. But, you know, she definitely is showing off a bit. Sharkery fans eating good right now. By the way, for anyone who's been playing the new mode Boundary Push, how do you guys like it? I've been playing it a bit and it's really interesting. It's kind of weird though, and it can be a little hard. Mainly because the enemies are really good at kicking your ass if you don't do it properly. Do I even have a party available for this? I guess I do. So yeah, have any of you guys been up to this mode? Honestly, if I don't bring Suomi into this mode, it's really hard. It's I finally made like an alternate healer unit, but she's just not the same. She just ain't it, fam. Thank you for the pets, Ace. Also, hello. I played a bit, wasn't too bad. Honestly, I think the gameplay loop is pretty fun for what it is. But if you mess up even a little bit, it gets annoying. Also, if you quit in the middle of it trying to redo your team, it puts you on cooldown. Oh yeah! Fairy Tail is so busted in this mode. Anytime I use Fairy Tail, I don't even have to like use teleporters or tactics or anything. She just mows down everything. Yeah, Litara could also probably be really good here, but since I have Fairy Tail, I just put her on the team instead and she just smokes it. She smokes everything. Alright, let's replace her. And I guess this team works. I'm gonna use Klukai instead though. Honestly, what's difficult is when I want to do 2 teams in one day. And I end up having like a very single target focused team. And I don't get to cheese my way out of things of Fairy Tail anymore. But I guess if I end up building Litara, she'll be really excellent in this mode on an alternate team. I'm ashamed to say I got 3 teams at the highest level, because if you do, that's actually really impressive. I've only got like 2, to be honest. I would say that both SMG and MG are probably the best guns in this for me. Especially because SMG just straight up ignores cover. Like, that's a crazy buff. Only thing you gotta work on is attachments. I see. I only consider having 2 teams right now because I only have 2 built support units. I do really like the exploration aspect of it. And I also had to do the Nemertea boss several times because I couldn't figure out how to get rid of some units. And the reinforcements that they dump in this mode can get pretty crazy. I heard comparisons with it to Metal Gear Solid. I haven't played MGS games, but I think that'd be pretty accurate. Hey, GG. I'm trying to play here. Apparently there are no supply boxes here. I'm kind of disappointed. Like, what did I even... What did I waste my passes for? At least I found the boss already, I guess. That was fast. I, like, went forward 2 spaces and here's the boss. Like, alright. Honestly, sometimes I just prefer not to attack the enemies and, like, just move around them if I can. But since I'm gonna have to get into the boss fight no matter what, I might as well get rid of them. Yeah, I'm getting there on the SMG stuff. They're gonna get a little wary of me. Probably got all the boxes already? Yeah, I guess so. I think that would be it. Probably just not spawning any for me because I've already done enough for the week. I wonder if I still get a reward for defeating this guy. Oh man, when he's like staring at me like that, I get a little anxious. I'm gonna have to lay the deadwood here. Oh shit, he caught me. I wanted to lay deadwood. Oh, I guess we're fighting. I don't think it's gonna be too bad though. I only have these guys left. Honestly, I should probably like get rid of them with Klukai, maybe. The real problem is that there isn't very much cover for everyone. Like, these guys aren't even in cover either. They're just kind of here. There's just no cover. We're all just huddling around this box right now. I'm really feeling it. Yeah, I just thought it'd be kind of fun to show off the mode for anyone who might not have touched it. I thought at first it was gonna be a limited time event, but nah. It appears to be something that's gonna be permanent. So we're gonna get real familiar with it. Or, you know, I could be wrong, but I don't really think so. Yeah, this mode. It's got weekly drops and everything. It appears to be permanent. You figured it all ended around the end of April? Well, if it has a time on it, I haven't seen it. Because this isn't part of Aphelion. Like, they kind of just threw it in here. Honestly, it might actually be permanent. Or at least seasonal. The bikini mode, it's part of the event, yeah, because you have to go to the event tab to access it. And it's an event minigame from before. Alright, yeah, about to be a little silly. Sadly, I can't seem to get both of them at the same time. So I'm gonna go with the lightning conductor. Oh, did he heal? I guess those orbs all healed him. This is what I get for being a Yu-Gi-Oh player and not reading. No, I want to hit this thing. How do I hit it? There we go. Okay, I want to see what you actually do. You're being annoying. Honestly, for some reason, the third skill of Klukai's is my favorite. I end up using it more than anything else. This guy, I swear. At least he also triggers Peritia because Peritia is really funny and she triggers whether or not the AoE is from your team or the enemy's team. Am I like supposed to somehow avoid these things? It's kind of difficult because it's just right here. In the worst, most obnoxious spot it could be in. And they also don't seem to be easily destroyed, which also sucks. Honestly, I kind of want to ult with Klukai, but I don't know where to set it up. Because if she goes over here, it's gonna be hard for me to find cover for her. funny to me that I'm pretty sure this is the thing that was from the canceled die-in event, but he's just kind of around. Because they probably didn't want to throw out all the work they put into designing him. So now he's just some random MF that shows up for no reason. That's just kind of a thing he does. He's like, yeah, I'm here. I don't have a purpose, but I'm here. Thank you for the pets, Ace. Ace Vinegard now. Damn, he might actually just straight up kill Kyungju. Wait, why are they all locked down? That sucks. The other two aren't even that close to him. Oh, okay. This is really annoying. He just suddenly went, you know what? You're all paralyzed. Oh, thank goodness. Fairy Tale coming in clutch. She's a real one. Yeah, I actually fought the dart shirt in here before too. I'm gonna look around a bit, but if they're all gonna be like no supplies, then I'll probably end up evacing since I killed this guy. I just think I level up. And of course, I'm building my strategies. But yeah, let's see. I don't see anything about it being limited time, other than it just refreshes every week or so. So this makes me think that even though it's in time-limited events, it might be either permanent or seasonal. I mean, it doesn't even have a time where it expires, which is interesting. Also, they brought back my favorite game. Not my favorite game, but it's an interesting board game. DJ, I can't see. How do you want me to play, buddy? I can't even see. What do you guys all think of this one, too? Yo, did you just play as the commander now? I just felt bad for this mode because it felt like it was really, really shafted in a dying event, and here they're like, you know what, we're gonna build it. They also really leaned into the monopoly aspect of it, didn't they? Completely bankrupt. You can go bankrupt now. I mean, it looks like they put in some development effort into it, so... There's even an opponent now. You have to compete against... Well, I don't remember her name, but I know she's a doll that's gonna be released later. Sadly, I forgot. I forgot her name. I'm gonna guess that these are the random dice again. It is totally accurate though. Commander's always broke. Theory. Oh, I get to build a structure already. I can't read because of JJ. What did they all do? Maybe a base station? They all cost 2,000 coins, don't they? Holy shit, why are there so many buildings? I'm gonna make a base station. There are too many buildings. I don't know which one's the best one. Oh, her name is Perry. Doesn't it get confusing having Perry and Perryja? Oh, they talk now. This reminds me of OJ where they talk at each other too. Wait, why did she steal my money? That's rude. I won't lose to you guys. Ah, I have to clash with her again. Hell yeah, I get to steal her money now. I'm gonna use one of these so I can build something. I don't even know what I'm supposed to build. There are too many buildings. And the doll Perry hasn't built any of them yet. Now she's building one. I guess the strategy is to make base stations. Oh, it looks like, even though it looked like I could build something there for a minute, I guess it's not connected to that space after all. No, she's fighting me. Hey, how come I'm losing money there? Shouldn't she be losing money? My score is higher. My dice was higher. I think I'm gonna make her go broke. I'm gonna win by making her go super broke. Although, why are we clashing every turn? I kind of missed the little blurbs. So far, I haven't seen like any blurbs or events happen. But I think I'm gonna make her go out of business. I'm winning. I'm good like that. I wonder what happens if you land on someone else's thing. Do you build over it? You have to pay tax? Because in Monopoly, you'd have to pay tax. I don't like paying my taxes. Well, she didn't land on my base, so I don't get to find out right now. She wants to grow taller. Damn, I lost a lot of money there. Hold on. But the taxman is scary. Yeah, I don't want to pay taxes. I feel like I could afford all of them, so... Oh, if you land on another building, you can buy it. That's convenient. I would totally do that. I like to steal. Don't tell me where to click. I'll click wherever I want. Revenge for all those times you tax-manned me. I don't want to, but he's the Marinsa's secret weapon, okay? He's gotta be deployed sometimes. Oh, you have to stand on the shop. That's interesting. How exactly do I use those things, actually? Maybe I should start using them. Because I keep buying them. Oh, JJ likes this game. Do you like it? You're trying to tap the screen, buddy. It's funny because even though I'm supposedly winning, she's still taking all that stuff from me. That doesn't seem fair. I'm gonna steal your building for that. Yeah, it's mine now. What are you gonna do about it? I used a cheat die so I could grab it. Does she even use remote dice? Or is she just completely random? You know, technically if I do this, I don't use dice, so I can keep playing longer. Wait, I can just keep doing it on the same turn? Sounds good to me. Wait, good fortune? Okay. We're getting rich out here. Oh, wiggling time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think I'm winning. Honestly, I'm not completely sure how I win, but I'm pretty sure I'm winning. Guys, am I winning? Oh, yo, you can make a taxman station. actually make a taxman station. Or you can just turn it into an abandoned structure. Is this what you want to do to sabotage people? I feel like it's just way easier to purchase it though. Do I have a resource hub? Maybe I should make one. This song that is from the previous event when we had this is still really good though. It feels like almost like lo-fi. Okay, let's go 5 steps forward and just build a shit ton of buildings. They're my buildings now. Dang, that wasn't that good. It's kind of unfortunate that they didn't add any voice acting. I feel like it would have made this mode a lot better. Then again, I'm really spoiled by OJ. Oh, we're fighting. Why'd she take so much money from me? Hey, this is why you don't follow the directions. They're telling me where to click. Nah, fam. Nah, I got a bigger brain. Nah, I know where to go, exactly. Clearly my brain is just better at predicting. Oh, she shouldn't have more dice left, right? Yeah, win! I'm the winner. I win every time. Cool. As for this, I don't really know what it is, but I think it's that mode where you like go on really long. You can get a high score just to flex. Yeah, and then you get a key for it. You know what? Let's try it. Let's try it. Seems like I have to play as commander now. I don't get to pick a doll like I did before. Yo, look at that! There's a whole field of players. I mean, they're all computer players, but yeah. Banker collects 500 credits from all players after 2 rounds. Oh no! Not the bank! That's just beef with Sharkry. She's stinky. Hell yeah, I love getting money. Of course she's trying to get it back. But I stay winning! That's a lot of real estate. Wait, everyone is clashing with me now. I'm getting robbed. Doesn't have the on sale sign here, but I'm assuming it's still on sale. I'm gonna use my cheat dice here. Now I get to have a save. I'm still third. Macchiato just pulled out in front just all of a sudden. Okay. I'm in 4th place, guys. I gotta figure something out. Wait, there's infinite command dice. Ooh, interesting. I guess that means you have to lose via bankruptcy. Yeah, I made it back in first. What do you guys think of the changes made to the board game mode? No, I'm being robbed. Everybody's mad. They're robbing me blind. It actually feels kind of complex because now you have to choose from a whole bunch of buildings in order to make a strategy. Then you can also steal people's buildings. Seems like you don't automatically get in first just by having more buildings. It's kind of interesting. I guess it's a combination of assets. I thought you might win if you have more buildings, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So having money is important. I'm gonna make it a bit faster though, because I'm pretty sure this mode is gonna be kind of long. I'm gonna go all in on the supply center strat. Are you signal thing? I'm making the signal strat. Everybody's trying to bully me. They're all haters, you know. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Of course Sharkery is building a detainment center. Yep, my predicting came in clutch again. Do not listen to the lies. I click wherever I want. Apparently, I'm just way better at dice. The OJ luck is kicking in again. We're taking minimum losses here, guys. Dang, everybody is trying to fight me and I just keep winning. Commander just stays winning. I wonder if they actually buy power-ups or not, because if they don't, then I'm just gonna keep flexing. One, two, three, four. All right. I want to go shopping. Why does she keep putting those? She really just wants to be. She really just wants people to step on it and get robbed. Sharkery is a robber confirmed. That's what she deserves, because she keeps trying to steal from people. She's gonna be in fourth. That's what you get! Why do you keep building auction houses? Well, guess what? I'm gonna change it into a station now. You got that? 'Cause I can buy your thing anyway. Wait, why is she making these when they're not even the ones that tax you? She's just making the ones where the tax amount increases, but she hasn't made any taxing ones. I guess besides that one. But still, Sharkery's so dumb. What do you mean she just got super lucky? She's flexing on me from over there. That's unacceptable. We're gonna take her thing. Yeah, it's mine now. Commander stays winning. That's my secret, I always win. So considering that the turns are endless, does that mean that I win? I will win when everyone else goes bankrupt? But everyone is so much more loaded compared to the banker, though. The banker fine. No, she stole my signal hub. How could you? Okay, we're gonna have to make up for that. Just wait and see tax go higher and higher. Well, I'm gonna stay ahead of it because I win all my dice rolls. I'm just built different. Two, three, four, five, six. Let's do 5. That way I get loaded. Wow. I'm just gonna be robbed, I guess. Now we're all just stealing from Springfield. I just noticed that Macchiato got super loaded all of a sudden. I just think that might be the best strategy. Just make a whole bunch of the income collecting one and then keep going with it. Well, at least the banker is actually putting in a little bit more pressure now. Hey, I get to buy this back. She's making it expensive though, but whatever. I still want it. You know, I wonder if Macchiato is just rich because she has the least amount of buildings. She's not even buying them. She's like, I'm better than you. I don't need any of them. Give me your money. Oh no, I got robbed by shark cream too. Now the bank is on my ass. Charcuterie is definitely cooked. But this teaches kids a very important lesson. And that lesson is that the bank always wins. Make sure to remember that, guys. Wow, my kid really is all like, you know what? I'm better than buildings. I only need this one. She really thinks she's better than me. Gotta go fast! Alright. You have slightly more money. I wonder if Macchiato is really just playing the 4D chess and she knows that the buildings are pointless. And she's telling me something. Macchiato's on the deep strat. No buildings, just one building. See, she didn't buy any of them. She's doing fine. Thank you for the hydration. Charcuterie is probably losing. Also, that 16K is about to put a whole bunch of people out of business. No, I'm even putting Macchiato out of business right now. I guess her strategy is just not working. Bankrupt! Oh, I got the worst quality one. That sucks. If we all go bankrupt at the same time, is it still whoever has the most money winning? Cause it looks like we're all gonna go bankrupt at this rate. Final index and a negative. My highest record is negative. But how do you avoid that from happening? Do you just have to like win by having everyone else go bankrupt and you just barely have enough money? That's kind of funny though. I'm better at being bankrupt than everyone else. You know? I wanted the key though. I'm just the best bankrupter. Alright, before we go forward with Aphelion stuff, wait, what is it even having me do? Oh, it's probably having me look at this. Before we go forward with that, I like to do the polls before the story, before I get invested, to see if I get the lady of the hour. So, who wants to see gambling? After the board game gambling. Let's gamble. Thank you so much for a follow, Shadow Fury Blade. I think I read that properly, right? Yeah. Hope you've been enjoying the stream tonight. Okie dokie. We're gambling for Airhead. Now, I don't have that many resources, unfortunately, sadly, but I'll be able to get more soon, so it might not be a big deal. All right, let's start. Let's go for it. I'm a 10 puller. Maybe I shouldn't be a 10 puller, but I'm not gonna hit them one by one. I'm too lazy for that. Oh, I got her weapon. At least the 4-star version. And a 3-star version. I don't really know if like her actual weapon is really worth pulling for. I'm gonna probably go with no. I think the 4-star weapon version is likely gonna be fine. But before anything, I need to see if I even get her in the first place. Okay. So far, 20 pulls, nothing. It's kind of rough out here. It's rough out here! It's so rough! That's Nemesis. She works fine on V0. Yeah, that's what I figured. Mechty apparently doesn't like me because I got Kukai way faster already. Alright. Nothing. Extreme luck is not real, apparently. Okay, hold up, guys, hold up, it's yellow. Hold up. Hold on right now. This might be it, this might be it. I know, right? Cross our fingers, guys. Mechty is mine. I can have one too if I want, Sleeps. Also, hi. Okay, okay. Yeah, let's go. No pity and no missed 50-50. She heard me throwing shade. Yo, let's go. Sleepo beepo. it's the sleepo. Hey, we got her. All right. And I have her 4-star weapon, so I don't know if I feel like pulling for the 5-1. Honestly, it'll probably be fine. It's Honk Shoe. I got her in I Sleep. We're sleep maxing today. I honestly don't know what this symbol is supposed to be. Is this like meant to be a pacifier? It's kind of weird, to be honest. She a robo? Why she even drink Red Bull anyway? Isn't that just her activating her battery and she's getting juiced? The Sleepo Beepo. I mean, we could also be asking why she's eating chips. They can eat and drink, but I think the point is that she probably doesn't benefit from caffeine like people do. You lost your 50-50 to Cat? Isn't having Perita really good for the corrosion team though? They do eat normal food, but isn't the whole point that they don't have to? They just do it for fun? It's more of an entertainment thing. Let's look at the Sleepo. The Sleepo and Beepo. Oh, I didn't realize that Mechty's weapon is an AR. Everybody's an AR. When you're not looking, suddenly AR. Thank you for the pets, Trenzors. Also, hello. Hello, Alicia. Oh, wait. Latia, right? Fuck, I always forget. I feel bad. Latia, right. Also, I'm gonna throw this key on right now. She can have it. She can have it as compensation for losing so hard in the board game. It does make it easy to have attachments get swapped on and off pretty quickly. You're an AR, you're an AR, you're an AR, you all get face strike. Oh, I've been building custom sets properly. I'm also starting to build Ksenia. Oh, I got her another time. I didn't even notice. 2 SMGs are next. Man. MGs and shotguns are not eating. They're not eating right now. Anyway, the star of the hour. We can give her actual weapon since we have it. Where is your weapon? There it is. That's the Beepo! Look at this Sleepo Beepo. She's not sleeping. Oh, now she is. You know, it's kind of impressive that she can just pass out like that standing up. Yeah, it's just a funny gun. Look at that. That gun is crazy. I wonder if she gets a special animation if you click on the right spot. We're tapping to find it. We're gonna find it. Funny ponytail. Come on, do your funny animation. I want to find one. yawning on it. That's interesting. Show me your energy drink power. Chug a Red Bull. Come on, chug a Red Bull. Yeah, hi Latia. Did you ever decide to get back into the game? It's nice to see you though. Damn, my poking isn't revealing anything. I guess she just doesn't have one. Either that or I'm bad at finding it. No more poking. I'm tired of poking. Okie dokie. I'm curious if she even has like relationship stuff to unlock, or is she just gonna be one of those that starts out with nothing and might get it later. Oh no, she actually starts out with stuff already. Okay, that's cool. The sleepo. Honestly, once I found out the reason why she's sleepo beepo all the time, I kind of like her more. Hey, I'm gonna have to do her assessment things sooner or later. Can I level you up to 15 right now? I recently did Ksenia, so I don't know. Okay, seems like it. She's actually just passing the fuck out. He's so cute. Yeah, TBs, you like Mechty? She's a lazy maxer. She always finds a way to slack off. She's everybody's favorite slacker doll. Also, her gun is really goofy looking. I like how it's kind of a science fiction-y looking one. It's probably from an unusual line. I say this as a plebeian who isn't educated on guns. Oh, interesting. I don't have any vouchers. Is it because I used them earlier on the part 1? I guess they share the same vouchers. That sucks for me. She's my spirit animal. All she needs is a Red Bull, guys. Alright, guess we're not doing supplies then. We can go right into the story instead. That's good, because I used them all earlier thinking that they were gonna have different supply things and like supply tickets, and apparently I'm just wrong. I am incorrect in my assumption. Alright, I'm ready for story time! It's story time! After a night of rest and preparation, Hive 404 and the Survey Corps set off from their camp and head deeper into the contamination zone. So just as a quick recap for the first part of the story, in case it's kind of confusing right now, Kukai and Mechty ended up fighting a Bujum in the last one, and they kind of entered into this truce with a Survey Corps for a little while to like hang out with them and protect them in order to gain information on them and where they were going at the same time. And then they got a call from Leva and such from their command base, and they went, you know what? You guys should just stay working together. So now they're glued to each other. This is a long one. Yeah! I mean, since when are they short though? Since when are the main story ones ever short? So yeah, Sleepo Beepo and Miss Maximum Sirius are stuck with the humans that don't like him so much. And they're gonna learn how to get along and be Hakuna Matata. The two parties travel across the rugged terrain of the wilderness in separate vehicles. With her motorbike secured to an external trailer, Klukai drives her other 3 teammates in a jeep. This is Hyde 404, making a routine check-in. Come in if you copy. Pressing the comms button near the dashboard, Klukai connects to the encrypted comms channel. The voice of the communications officer speaks matter-of-factly through the speakers. This is the 3,762nd platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps, the Neo-Soviet Union District Environmental Purification Project under the URNC Contamination Zone Management and Recovery Administration. Received, go ahead. According to the environmental data, we will be the first to reach the target settlement. Once we're there, we will follow the survey plan agreed upon this morning and start exploring the surrounding area with the settlement at the center. Due to the current environmental factors, our travel speed is expected to be reduced by 20%. Copy that. First Sergeant Dmitri also said. On the other end of the channel, the communications officer pauses for a moment as if pondering something. First Sergeant Dmitri specifically instructed that you must keep at least 1 member connected to the regional comms channel to respond immediately to emergency commands. Roger, Wilco. When the exchange is over, Klukai disconnects from the encrypted channel and gestures for Andoris to take over. I bet Dimitri was running his potty mouth again. What the heck did he even say? Even the comms officer had to take 2 seconds to translate it into more diplomatic language. Most probably his usual gripes about us being rickety tin cans and a freaking waste of time. Haha. If he knows I'm a rickety tin can, then why is he being such a slave driver? Mechty yawns and sprawls out across the back seat, laying her head on Andoris' lap. Andoris pulls a blanket over her in a thoughtful and tender gesture. Mechty curls up comfortably and buries her head inside the blanket. First Sergeant Dmitri is a little foul-mouthed, but I don't think he's a bad person. I even saw him giving some children uppies at the settlement this morning. That doesn't change the fact that he scolded Big Sis Klukai. And you think too lightly of people, Andoris? You think so? Oh, Leader Klukai. Connection established. We have comms. Can I have uppies? I don't know if you want uppies from that dude, but if I remember correctly, maybe you liked him? He was a grumpy guy. Plug it into the speakers of the Jeep. Remember to turn off the microphone on our end. Alright. We are the successors of Peter the Great, defending the comrades' hammer and sickle. We are the defenders of victory, guarding the red stars of the motherland. Hi, Sassy! You joined in just in time for Russian story time. I'm getting propagandized in my video game. There's even patriotic music going on. Holy shit. Uppies from an old cranky Russian dude? Yes, please. The moment the channel is plugged in, loud singing and some strange regional accent starts blaring from the speakers. Mechty, originally wrapped inside her blanket, jolts awake and pokes her head out like a groundhog. Turn the volume down. Wow! Hard to see which sounds nicer. These are the howls of eyelids. Who's this cute person? Hi, MKRO. You mean Mechty or somebody else? Yeah, I saw that you changed your name to Sussy Ooze. Any particular reason you just feel like an ooh type these days? Is it me or are they getting their lyrics all mixed up? Also, some of them clearly don't even know the song and are just humming along tunelessly. You, Captain! Oh. But yeah. How you been, NKR? Are you excited for the new lore drop in this update? Well, I just ran a search on the main melody, and this appears to be a song that was very popular among the Neo-Soviet troops during World War III. The lyrics are basically a call to arms that encourages soldiers to rise against the enemy and defend their country and people. You Master Duel can't type TTV, so you made your name shorter so you can TTV and Master Duel? Ah, okay. I guess that makes sense. I'm gonna miss the Chachi part though. Oh, I'm glad you think so. I have fun doing these. Especially when the voice is a little crazy. Those are my favorite. However, after the Neo-Soviet Union announced its entry into the RNC, as more soldiers from other countries were integrated into the military forces, most mainstream military songs were replaced with ones in a more common language and had more well-known tunes. And this particular song is rarely ever sung nowadays. This is mentioned in your local database. Since we're operating within Neo-Soviet territory this time, I thought I'd do some research on the area. I have the storage space for it. I'm still your Chachi. Yes, you'll always be Chachi in my heart. You'll always be the cha-cha, cha-cha. Sussy cha-cha. I know it's supposed to be a stirring song, but they make it sound so comical. Ugh, it's so grating on the ear. I actually want to disable my auditory module. Equally perturbed, Klukai turns on the microphone with a scowl. This is Hive 404. Cease your noisy antics immediately and stay vigilant. This is the yellow zone. There can be danger at any moment. The boisterous soldiers quiet down for a moment, but they soon return to their raucous ways. Hey, this is a military song. How could you call it noise? These songs motivate and unite us. Don't you feel anything at all when you listen to the music? No. Also, your chorus lacks unity, tone, rhythm, and lyrics. I don't see how this promotes any sense of unity. Oh, she's grump maxing. Sheesh, we're not professional vocalists. What does a rickety bucket of bolts know? Dimitri's cursing interrupts Larion's reply. We sing whatever the hell we want. How is that any of your business? Hi, Dragon Boy and Arth. Welcome to the stream, guys. Kukai, music is just beeps and boops. Nah, she just thinks that their singing sucks. Their singing is disappointing, man. Just so you know, we're not machines, so don't go judging us by your stupid mechanical standards. Singing is all about feelings. What's the point in keeping in tune like you electronic speakers? You? Leader Klukai? I want to to turn off my ears goes kind of hard. You just kind of press a button in your eardrums and then they slip inside and then you sleep in peace. She's so real for that. The machine woman give better uppies. Machine woman W. Average machine woman dub. Get it together, guys. Did you read up on some of Dimitri's story? Is there something outside of this? Or... Cause I didn't know if he's from the first game or not. I felt like he seems kind of new, but I could be wrong. And Doris mutters softly to stop Klukai from losing her temper. Did I miss out on 416? Well, I don't... Which one's 416? I like only know them by their new names. HK 416. Oh, that's Klukai then. Oh, her banner's over. Thank you so much for subbing for your 8th month, Dragon Boy. I appreciate it a lot, and I'm really glad you've been enjoying my streams. Yay! Thank you so much! A milestone, yeah! Yeah, you just... The game just updated to Mechty's banner. Klukai's is over. Time to get EP. Although, is it really worth getting Mechty if you don't have Klukai? I guess if you borrow her from other people, it might be okay. You're right. You can sing whatever you want, but please turn off your microphone and keep the channel quiet in case any important transmissions get lost. I will naturally tell them to pipe down when an order comes through. You have no business telling us what to do. You love the EP? You love EP BP? I just noticed that she's like only mostly good in Corrosion team. Which, Klukai is kind of the centerpiece of that team, so it might be a little rough. Then we will exit the current channel and come in again when a need arises. I just had someone relay my instructions, didn't I? One of you must remain online at all times. Oh, you mean that one? Actually, yeah, I did read those. It was an explanation for why he hates dolls so much. He basically got backstabbed by a doll who was working with the Varjägers and royally fucked over, and he had to clean up the mess. All because of some medic doll that they picked up. They ended up being a trap, and now he hates dolls. He just finds them really sus. Because of how their permissions can be altered so easily. Yeah, I did read that one. You're right. I was thinking like in earlier games, but I forgot that I read it until you mentioned it. I hate dolls too after that. Yeah, I always did the side missions, and I always go and read the classified briefings after I pick up the items, so I did take a look through it. And he had a bunch of his men killed because of the Varjägers working at that doll. With the medical doll that seemed to be helpful, but in the end turned out to just be smuggling in bandits. So yeah, he's probably a little traumatized. He had to clean up the whole mess afterwards too, even though he was the one against the idea. He let his guard down for 1 minute and they fuck him over. That's an order. Do I need to repeat myself? Fine. Dimitri does not bother to hide his smugness as he laughs. Don't just sit there. Where were we? Keep singing. Stop acting like you're being starved, or I'll make you get off the jeep and walk the whole way. The tuneless singing resumes. Klukai turns off the speakers on board in annoyance. Falco, put on your headset. You're in charge of monitoring the comms channel. Oh no, Falca torture. We know exactly two medical dolls, and both of them are not very medic. Looking at you, Colgate. I mean, Colgate used to be medic, but she's a little renegade now. She got that zest in her. She's gonna make you regret taking the medic out of her. Aw, me? No. You. First of all, we're currently on a mission, so I have no time for idle chit-chat. Secondly, Andoris has to gather real-time intel. As for Mechty, if we leave this to her, we won't even know if those soldiers are all dead. Yeah. Better not leave it to me. In fact, don't bother to wake me up ever. So you're basically saying that Belka is more useful, more important than Mechty, right? You can understand it that way. I will complete the mission, I promise. Sitting up rimrod straight in the passenger seat, Belka puts on the headset somberly as if she's monitoring information of critical importance. Having regained her peace and quiet, Mechty retreats back into the comfort of her blanket. Klukai floors the gas in exasperation. Andoris, keep an eye on the situation and report anything immediately. Understood. Judging from the video feed from the drone, we should be safe for now. Still, Leader Klukai. Andoris is still wearing her calm smile, but she lets out a soft sigh. Mornings in the yellow zone are so much more desolate than in the green zone. Klukai makes no answer. The jeep continues to speed across the deserted wilderness. Oops, I accidentally clicked through that. Guess we're gonna restart it. There we go. What? And I thought I would be able to have a good nap this time. These elites are being too much. Do they not need to sleep? You better wake up. It's time for battle. Fine. I get it. Until she breaks into Commander's room. She breaks into your room and steals your pillow. I wonder if anyone else is a Mechty right now. Doesn't seem like it. It's rough out here. Mine's not really built. So I can't also bring her properly. Boy, the fat ass. My fat ass isn't built either, shoe. She's still at level 15. But okay, fine. We're gonna borrow someone else's fat ass. I mean, I'm gonna build her too. I just so happen to build 2 units for making an alternate team on like the other thing, the other mini event that was going on where you have to have like 3 teams. And so I kind of ran out because of that. Of neural node things. Did I hear just Sabrina? Did I hear some Sabrina slander? Or just calling her fat ass affectionately? It's a good thing. It's a good thing, trust. Do I still use your Mosin? Not really, because I don't have any electoral reasons most of the time to use her. Oh no. Whoa, mama. Here's your fat ass shoe. Although when I look at her, she kind of has the same amount as Kyungju. She needs to step up her game. Yeah, for physical DPS, I have Danjin. Hi, Fraga. More meat lovers pizza coming up. Fat ass, lovingly. It's affectionate. It's affectionate, trust. Oh dang, she can apparently shoot in all 4 directions if you get her built. That's nice to know. All the Italians I know would skin me alive if I called them fat ass. It's a doll, so she probably won't mind. At least not too much. Anyway, we're blowing them up. After fighting off the elites encountered on the way, 404 presses on with their journey. Leader Kukai, we will arrive at the target settlement in approximately 2 hours. According to our current intel, there are about 60 residents at the settlement, though this figure was recorded 2 years ago. The environment here... Andres peers outside the window and tries to ignore the conclusion her neural cloud has come to. It's very impressive that they have managed to keep living under such harsh conditions. Yeah, we should be prepared. The environmental data here is very much not up to date, so we could run into unexpected circumstances at any time. And wake up that invalid back there. Sure. Despite what she just said, Andoris does not wake Mechty and simply lets her turn to her other side and continue sleeping. Belka, any news from the Survey Corps? Leaning against the window and focused on the comms channel, Belka clearly has not heard Klukai's question. As the jeep rocks back and forth as it travels across the bumpy terrain, Belka's lips move softly as she hums intermittently, her bright green hair bouncing in time with the rhythm. Belka! Huh? Belka here? What do you need, big sis Kukai? What do I need? I told you to stay on the line at the Survey Corps. What the hell are you doing? Should I send you to perform at the Non-Military Forces Administration's concert? Noticing Klukai's displeasure, Belka sticks out her tongue apologetically. I thought, bleh. It's because they keep singing the song. I've been listening to it for so long. It's kinda an earworm. Stay focused on the job. Don't make me tell you again. Okay, big sis. Sure thing. sleepy. Sleep maxing. Hong Chiu, me. Thank you for the hydrate, Chloe. Check it out, it's fat ass lovingly. Lovingly the fat ass. Good morning. We are having the story time of all time. And yep, it's gonna be an adventure, that's for sure. They went back to having them all be low-level enemies again. Well, not that I mind too much. With a loud rumble, the makeshift fortress temporarily converted from an old building shakes violently. The exposed and bent steel structure lets out a screech. What do you mean? Master Duel's already infected with Blue Eyes decks. Have you not been there? Every other person is playing Bude. The smoke and dust cause the soldiers lying on the ground to cough uncontrollably. The young soldier firing wildly through the hole in the wall quickly falls back and wipes the soot off his face, revealing his features. I like how it was peaceful before, just like 1 minute ago, and now they're all fighting. Wonder when GFL 2 is gonna be infected with Blue Eyes. Oh no, Blue Eyes dolls! Young Dimitri gasps frantically for breath. Okay, this is a flashback. We're having a flashback right now, guys. Hey! Pull yourselves together! Our reinforcements will be here in a bit. But Dima, we're almost out of ammo. One more push from the enemy will probably... Damn, he used to be a looker. Look at him. I'm starting to feel for Dimitri. Before the soldier can finish, more gunshots and explosions resound beyond the fortress. They immediately drop to the ground. Don't give me any of that. Remember what our squad leader said. Pessimism is the worst thing on the battlefield because it only serves to make us die faster. But the squad leader himself is already... Oh, hold on a bit. Just gonna make it just a touch quieter. The soldier glances at a corner obscured in shadow. A burly man is slumped there with dark crimson fluid dripping from his pierced forehead. The fluid has started to congeal, but half his body's already soaked. Also, you exclusively played Bude before Earth? I guess you're gonna have a great time because Bude is thriving. Especially since technically more Bude support just dropped. His eyes are half open but utterly devoid of life. He died in the assault when dawn was near, probably trying to determine if there were reinforcements in the distance through his binoculars. And just as the sky was tinted white, the one who was searching for hope fell before the door leading to a brand new day. Dima, I miss my mother. She was always trying to talk me out of enlisting. This is the first time I got sent to the battlefield, and I thought I would go home in triumph. But just before I set off, she told me her cow got stolen a few days ago. That was the very last cow we had. Perhaps due to fear, the young soldier's speech becomes increasingly incoherent, and his gun hand is shaking violently. The weapon that is supposed to bring courage is now nothing more than a lifeless piece of scrap metal. Dimitri looks at him restlessly, then turns his attention to the other surviving soldiers, but most of them simply stare back at him with despair in their eyes. The incessant gunfire from beyond the fortress is generating thick, choking smoke. They have been defending this position for a week, but there's no sign of any reinforcements. The soldiers no longer harbor any hope of survival. Then you should ask her to buy a new cow with your bonus. Nikolai? Isn't this... I think Nikolai was was the guy who let in the doll and was like supportive of the Varjager doll becoming part of the forces. The voice acting is fake. Thank you. I try. I'm having fun with it. Not faring much better than the others, the soldier named Nikolai seizes an opening in the enemy's fire and dives behind a heavy machine gun mounted by the wall. He promptly pulls out an ammo belt from a nearby box. You hear the gunshots out there? After securing a few loose bullets on the belt, he feeds it into the machine gun and confirms that the weapon is in order. Nobody answers him. Explosions erupt continuously in the distance. Bomber planes whiz past them overhead, and the air raid siren is deafeningly loud. The intensity of the dense gunfire pales in comparison to the cacophony all around. That's the sound of our comrades of the Neo-Soviet Union marching onward. The Neo-Soviet Union will not falter here, nor will I. Our motherland lies behind us. As long as she stands, I will not yield. Nikolai speaks softly, but the resoluteness in his voice pierces through the miasma of hopelessness in the fortress. During the reload break, Nikolai slings the rifle off his shoulder and tosses it over to Dmitri. What's this? I've got a gun. This rifle is from my old man. It has much better specs than your standard issue guns. Use it. Hey, good man. Your father must have been quite something to be able to get his hands on this beaut. Yeah. Da, comrade, da. We've got no time to talk. The next wave of attacks is about to begin. Dmitri weighs the rifle in his hands. He then shakes the nerves off himself and turns to his other comrades. Listen up, you lot! The squad leader said that the reinforcements are on the way. If we make it through, the future will be ours. So hold tight to your guns. We can stand our ground as long as we don't let them storm in here. Under Dmitri and Nikolai's leadership, the young soldiers once again muster their resolve and start preparing for another round of defense and counterattack. That's more like it! Our dog tags are to be proudly displayed upon us, next to our medals, not buried in some pitiful mass grave. Oh, he's so excited! The impassioned cries in his memory blend into the alarm sounding in the present. Dmitri hurriedly stuffs the dog tag back into his pocket. First Sergeant Dmitri! Elite horde spotted! 404 has engaged them! Here they come again! There's no end to these bastards! Give them long-range support! Don't let the elites get close to the main force! Yes, sir! Starting assist mode. Hey, over here. Ugh, something feels off about them. Received. No, establishing new combat zone. Alright guys, that was very exciting. We went through a super duper stressful minute there with Dmitri, and he was balling. You can kind of see where he got it from before, where his stinky attitude is originating. His stinky stinker attitude. Alright, what else we got here? They're all kind of weak to her ammo. I might as well. Stinkertude. Honestly, these guys are so low level that the support barely even matters. Like, I'm gonna probably blast this entire group with just Suomi alone. There we go. Soldier skill issue. We got the blade. Now we're just gonna have to wait for the Sika to complete the Russian cursing bingo board. Hell yeah. We're cussing out on the stream tonight. Kyungju can just kind of be here, I don't know. Hi, first time at the Rasu. What's good? We're having story time. Story time, story time. Ooh, an entire story time node. Hey, let's go. I-404 arrives at the target settlement. The old and dilapidated walls are eroded from years of exposure to wind and sand, and the smell of decay permeates this modestly sized settlement. Maybe they simply moved away. I just double-checked with the Survey Corps. They will investigate the settlement itself, while we're in charge of looking at the surrounding area within a radius of 500 meters. For efficiency's sake, let's split into 2 groups and fan out in opposite directions. I will pair up with... me, of course! Without waiting for Kukai to finish, Belka quickly slithers over to her side. Fine, but don't do this again. You must obey my orders. Alright, big sis Kukai. Nice. Since I'm with Andres, I can... No slacking off. Polka voice activated me with the voice acting. I get really serious with these streams, you know? I go all in. Yeah, let's go all in. Andres, make sure she stays on the job, or you can join her in extra drills when we get back. Sure thing. Belka and I are heading east. You two head west. Get in touch if there's any problem. Now, let's go. Kukai and Bielka begin their search near the settlement. Thanks, sis Kukai. I found something. Come and have a look. Kukai frowns as she peers over at Bielka, who is bouncing up and down and waving at her, but she still circles around the boulder and heads toward her. We're on a mission here. Stop behaving like a rabbit on an Easter egg hunt. I found an important clue and couldn't wait to show you. It better be important. If you show me another backpack half chewed by elites, body pillow of some virtual idol, or dud landmine buried by some bounty hunter, you know what kind of punishment awaits you. Honestly, Polka's voice acting is one of my favorite parts of the stream. Hell yeah, Polka dance! But I do like doing it, and I don't mind if everyone else likes it, so it's a win-win for everybody. Except my throat. My throat loses. But it's worth it. It really isn't any of that. Just take a look. There's some really suspicious looking... what should I call them? Installation art? Arto? Thank you for the hydrate. Also, sorry if my voice kind of cuts off on Belka's. It's a little bit high pitched, and my noise suppression thing that I have on for preventing background noise really hates high pitched noises, so it likes to cut me off when I'm doing it. I'm trying to avoid it though. Bielka leads Klukai over to where several strange rock piles lie exposed on the ground. The dark rocks are scattered all over, their unnatural edges and jutting corners giving them an ominous air. The main structure shows signs of external damage. This isn't what they originally looked like. You're right! But, I found even more important clues. Right here! Oh, Bielka walks through the scattered rocks and stops by another pile. Look, big sis Kukai! These ones are half buried in the ground, like some kind of foundation. Indeed, this type of rock is quite common in the yellow zones, but due to its hardness and brittleness, it is rarely ever used as building materials. Since they're appearing in such high density here, these rocks are very possibly gathered here deliberately. Could it be Paradeus? Or did the residents here find some special use for these rocks and left them behind? Hard to say at the moment. In any case, take some photos and send them over to Leva. Ask her to look into them. Okay! So, big sis Kukai? Seeing Bielka's please shower me with praise face, Kukai sighs in defeat. Crimson, don't take out my tail like that, no! Oh boy, we're having story time, yay! Your discovery was not entirely useless this time. Hee, I got praised! Alright, just a second. Now wipe that dumb grin off your face! Get on with the search if you're done sending the photos! Understood! Give me a minute! No, I'll have it done in 30 seconds! Why are you annoyed? What's up? Don't be annoyed, let's just have story time! Klukai and Bielka continue with the investigation along their planned route, but they find nothing else noteworthy. Big sis, Klukai! There doesn't seem to be much else here. Why don't we head back? Oh, the Survey Corps just sent the news. They've arrived at the settlement and started their survey there. Send them a response. Tell them 404 is about to wrap up on our end. We'll rendezvous with them at the settlement and decide on our next steps. Yu-Gi-Oh made you annoyed? Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh stinky. Maybe it's time for a break. Roger. Aww, thanks, that's cool, Kai. Look at the white smudge on that rock over there. It seems to be Mechty. Search already taking them there? Taking them here? That dumbass can sleep anywhere. Bielka grins widely as she watches Klukai march angrily ahead. Oh boy! Mechty, you've pissed big sis Klukai off big time. Not even Andres can save you now. Then I'll just have to win big sis' heart with my outstanding performance. As Klukai approaches a large rock, she realizes that Mechty isn't actually dozing on it as she initially thought. In fact, Mechty is perched on top of it to study a jeep covered in sand that's behind the rock. Andres is also peering inside the vehicle through the window. I can't really see anything from above either, Andres. Then we'll have to contact Leader Klukai. You'd better get back down first, Mechty. There's this group of people you play with sometimes, and the time you decide to play 3 duels, and you've had your monsters taken from you which you needed. That sounds pretty Yu-Gi-Oh to me. I guess the others were playing monster stealing decks? What are you doing? Startled by Klukai's voice, Mechty, who was climbing off the rock, loses her footing and slides right off, landing on her backside. Holy crap! Don't just pop out of nowhere behind me! Jump scares are the most cliched of cliches. Even horror games these days don't resort to such cheap tricks. Cut the crap! What are you two doing hovering around this jeep? Leader Klukai, we've discovered an abandoned vehicle here. Judging from the amount of accumulated sand, it has been here for at least half a month. Also, we found this on the vehicle. Klukai circles over to Andres' side and spots a familiar logo on the wiped down front door. The Jeep is covered in bullet holes and scratches. Isn't that the logo of the URNC Purification Project Survey Corps? Calling out cliches is cliche. Yeah, that's something Mechty would do, so I'm not too surprised about it at all. Yes, we tried to open the doors, but they're jammed. Probably because of the impact the vehicle has sustained. Considering the fact that this may be relevant to First Sergeant Dimitri's mission, we decided against breaking the doors by force and trying to look inside through the windows. No, why are you gonna give me a rat tail? That's not fair. I had nothing to do with it. Don't do that to me. Hey. But the windows are covered in one-way film, so we can't tell what's in there. Right, that's fine. Bielka, don't just stand there. Contact the Survey Corps and get them to send someone over. Huh? Okay. Disappointed by the way things have turned out, Bielka contacts the Survey Corps and informs them of 404's discovery. Rats to pull out! No, hide the tail, hide it! Big sis, I sent them the coordinates. They said they'll be here shortly. Good. Mechty, force the door open. Andres will record the whole process just so everything is clear. Making me do hard physical work again. Despite her complete complaints, Mechty still walks up to the vehicle door and takes aim at the lock. We left the crowbar back in our Jeep. Can I just shoot this? I'll give you a rat tails by ripping off all your tail fur. You know I have nerves in there, right? It's natural. If you do that, it'll hurt like hell. You're just being mean at this point. How could you do that to me? After everything we've been to together, and all the sloppy wet ears I've endured, you're just gonna rip all of my hair out? You're so mean. So mean, guys. Sure, the rest of you stand back. Don't get hurt. Here I go, okay? No more pranks. No, my powerful. With a burst of gunfire, the lock is penetrated by the bullets. And the rest is all up to you then. Wake me up when it's time to leave. Kukai pulls the door open and something dark immediately tumbles out. It's the corpse of a man. The hands are clutching a gun tightly. His army uniform is covered in a large patch of dark brown, especially around the abdominal area. Hi, welcome to the stream, Dragon Overlord. We're on story time and we just found a dead body. Sus! It's the uniform of the Survey Corps. Oh, there are two others in the Jeep. Judging from the crystallization on their wounds, the time of death must have been more than 2 weeks ago. Andres tries her best to steal her neural cloud as she takes in the pockmarked vehicle and the stains in the interior. She's never seen such a grisly sight in the green zone. The bloodstains suggest that they died from severe blood loss after being injured and taking refuge here. He's still gripping his weapon, so they were on the lookout till the very end. Also, the vehicle's age. Andres scrambles to gather all the information available, but she cannot stop her voice from wavering. Andres, go wake Mechty. Understood. Sorry, and thank you, Leader Kukai. Bielka watches Andres with some concern. Big Sis Kukai, is Andres okay? Is she gonna crash again? That's alright, she was a civilian doll. It'll take some time for her to get used to the world we inhabit. Yeah, the green zones and the yellow zones are so different. Sometimes they do feel like two entirely separate worlds. All human habitats used to live in places like the green and white zones, right? Taking in Bielka's unease, Kukai ponders for a moment, then simply gives out a piece of advice. Don't let Andres' sentimentality get to you. I wonder why Kukai's looks remind me of very stinky memes, MLB, 420, Doritos, etc. It's because she's wearing gamer clothes. Even though she's not really gamer, she's got the gamer sneakers and the jacket, and her little goggles kind of remind you of a headset. She's gaming. She's juiced. The past has nothing to do with us. The humans' current predicament also has nothing to do with us. I understand. Big Sis Kukai. Extract the remaining two bodies from the Jeep and see if you can find anything else. Wait! The soldiers of the Survey Corps have arrived at the scene. Dmitri walks up to the Jeep and takes a look. Kukai backs up 2 paces to keep some distance between Dmitri and herself. Well, take it from here. You lot, get the 2 bodies out of the Jeep. Be careful with them. After giving the order, Dmitri circles around the Jeep and studies it closely with another subordinate in tow. The Jeep is covered in bullet holes and dented on one side, probably caused by scraping against some natural land feature. The license plate number has been confirmed. The vehicle belonged to the MIA unit. Due to the extent of decomposition and the missing dog tags, the bodies in the vehicle are yet to be identified. Dmitri calmly voices all of his observations while the soldier next to him jots them down one by one. At this moment, there is no sign of Dmitri's former temper and surliness. His features are marked by the composure and maturity of a veteran on the battlefield. Finally, he returns to the front of the vehicle and watches as his subordinates extract the corpse trapped in the back seat. Found anything at the settlement? You're only kidding about my tail. Oh, but it's not very very funny. I'm worried. You're gonna make me worried. And then the stress of worrying will cause hair loss. And then I'll become a rat anyway. No! Yes, dead bodies, infected with Elid and gnawed to bits by Elids. It's kind of weird how this one has the periods in it, and then this one is just like completely all capitalized, no spacing. Villain origin stories be like. For Dimitri, he kind of had his villain origin story, but he's not really very villainous. He's more like he's antagonistic towards dolls. Also your people?
Yeah.
No, just ordinary civilians, but dressed in weird robes. Have you got any visual records? That's enough! I'm not obligated to report my progress to you. Dimitri has not raised his voice, but his impatience is apparent. Paying no more attention to Klukai, he walks off and calls his superior on his communicator. This is the 3762nd platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps of the Neo-Soviet Union District Environmental Purification Project under the URNC Contamination Zone Management and Recovery Administration. First Sergeant Dimitri checking in to give a scheduled update. Received. What's the situation? Our survey mission is still underway. As per our orders, we have discovered a vehicle registered under the 1364th platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps, which was declared MIA along with the remains of 3 soldiers. Lay them to rest properly. They are martyrs who gave their lives for the future of Rosartrism. Understood. In addition, sir, I must once again recommend withdrawing my platoon for now and only resuming the mission when reinforcements arrive. You guys know how hard it is to say all of that really fast? You try saying that out loud super fast. But I want to make it sound like he's said this so much over and over that he can do it really quickly. So I have to kind of say it quickly in order to give that impression. Reason being, all 3 of the soldiers found died from gunshot wounds. Their vehicle clearly bears the Survey Corps' insignia, and the soldiers are in their uniforms. Bounty hunters or even the Varjägers would not engage them in a direct confrontation under normal circumstances. I believe there may be some undocumented forces at work in this area. There's a high possibility that this was a targeted attack. The silence on the other end of the line makes Dimitri restless. Sir, I'm not saying this out of cowardice, but we have encountered far more complications on this mission than expected. First Sergeant Dimitri, there are no gun regulations in the Yellow Zones. An attack on 3 men is not enough evidence to support your claim. Besides, resources are scarce where you are, so Varjägers operating in the area are very likely to target straggling vehicles of the Survey Corps and plunder military supplies. Sir! Do you even know what you're saying? First Sergeant Dimitri, continue with your mission. That's an order. Blindly following orders will only hinder the progress of the mission. The entire 1364th platoon is declared MIE, and I've already lost 1/3 of my own platoon. I can't guarantee the success of this mission unless we set off after joining up with our reinforcements. You can't stop. We're not afraid to die, but I don't want to pointlessly squander my men's lives over some shitty plan. Watch your tongue if you don't want to place the soldiers in our entire company in even more danger. Our survey is already progressing much slower than other areas. and a significant portion of our men were from the same place. The Railway Force Survey Corps is the last refuge we have. Our fall from grace wasn't caused only by losing a war, and there is more at stake here than short-term resource allocation and personnel assignment. Dmitri falls silent. The URNC insignias on his teammates' uniforms around him are suddenly quite an eyesore, and here he thought he had already gotten used to the change. Alright, this conversation ends here. Continue with your mission. I'm dispatching the nearest troops to you to give you some backup. They'll get there ahead of the original schedule. After a brief pause, the warrant officer adds, "Stay sharp. I await your safe return." After the call ends, Dmitri stows his communicator away in silence. The bulky and stuffy protective suit is getting suffocating. A soldier who has been waiting for him to finish the call walks up to him. "Sir, the remains of all 3 soldiers have been removed from the jeep." Wait, you recognize this voice? Which one? The one on the radio? I think we might have heard him in the previous half. We haven't inspected them yet. Right, I'll go take a look. By the time Dmitri returns to the jeep, he has already regained his composure. The dolls of Hyde 404 and the soldiers of the Survey Corps are standing around the corpses. Yeah, although you're kidding. Wow, you pranked me. I was kind of wondering if you had some kind of hint that I didn't. Sir, we have finished making all the necessary visual documentation. Should we begin the inspection? I was going to say he sounds like Cartoon Garfield. Really? He sounds like Garfield? I wouldn't have expected that. Let me do it. The soldiers move aside to make space for Dmitri. He solemnly approaches and squats down by the bodies. He rummages through their clothing thoroughly, taking great care to also scrape away the collapsed crystals formed on the wounds. His hands move efficiently but with gentle respect. Where are the dog tags? After a lengthy search, he finally fishes out 3 pieces of paper covered in stains from their pockets. Salvage any usable supplies and bury the remains. And keep some of their personal belongings that won't take up much space. Their families deserve to know. Oops. Dmitri falls back several paces and moves over to the jeep, then lays all the scrunched up pieces of paper that he just found on the hood of the vehicle. Also, I hope the sound balancing is alright. I kind of tweaked it a little bit to see if I could make it so that my voice doesn't cut off when doing Bielka. But I just wanted to I was just also hoping that maybe the background noise isn't too quiet. If it is, I can make it a little louder and adjust it. I was also kind of adjusting it because of all the explosive noises that were really loud earlier. Lukai and Andres huddle in for a closer look. Dmitri shoots them a glare but does not stop them. They're all the same? Yeah. There are a lot of markings. Could these be maps? But then again, they don't have key elements you'd find on maps. Also, these numbers and the word origin? What origin? It sounds fine? Okay. I just felt a little awkward about it, so I wanted to check. Andres studies the numbers next to the markings on the pieces of paper. They don't make sense as coordinates either. These are a military code. As if we just let you read such sensitive information. So you know what these mean? Klukai's question has obviously touched a raw nerve, as Dmitri immediately flies into a flustered rage. Keep your noses out of this! All communications between units are encrypted with our own unique cipher to prevent intel from being leaked. The railway forces are just temporarily seconded, so it's natural that we don't know the Survey Corps cipher. Unable to make heads or tails of the notes, Dmitri puts them away for now. All three of them kept a separate copy on their persons, so it must contain some very important information. I'm well aware of that, goes without saying. Dmitri dismisses Klukai's observation. He checks the time and looks up at the sky, then turns to address his subordinates. It's getting late. Gotta move on and get this place cleaned up. We'll set up camp at the settlement tonight. This isn't exactly the place of peace and tranquility. Starting tonight, we're doubling the number of sentries in each shift. Also, I just asked over comms. Our reinforcements are already on their way. Just hang in there for a bit longer. Once we link up with them and finish the job, we can kiss this shitty life goodbye. When we get back to the Great Wall Railway, promotions and pay rises await you. Yes, sir! Dimitri's relieved to see that his subordinate's morale has not suffered too much. Just as he is about to leave, Klukai speaks up. Dimitri. What? Get out of the way. Klukai jabs a thumb to the side. What do you want to say? Just say it right here. There are no dog tags in all three bodies. Are you sure you want to have this discussion here? Dimitri raises an eyebrow. He walks off to the side and gestures for Klukai to follow him. Did the dog tags found on the Bujum belong to them? But the remains show no sign of having been gnawed. It's always but with you. There's danger everywhere in the yellow zones. Losing your dog tags isn't that unusual. From what I know, soldiers cling to their dog tags even in death. What do you tin cans know? Just do your job and mind your own business. Clearly unwilling to continue the conversation, Dimitri storms off. Looks like Mr. Dimitri is still not ready to face the truth. He's still trying to delude himself even when such an obvious problem is staring him in the face. He's shirking his duties. You may be a bit too harsh on him, Leader Klukai. So what do we do now? Are we also setting up camp nearby? Yeah, I'll check out the settlement, then I'll get in touch with Liva. Remind Mechty and Bielka to keep their mouths shut about Paradeus. Sure. At night, most of the Survey Corps soldiers have already turned in. The few who are on sentry duty and the Dolls of Hyde 404 work together to patrol the area surrounding the settlement. Unable to go to sleep, Dimitri takes out the dog tags again. He is sad. And he is now flashbacking. Hey, Nikolai, open up! Dimitri knocks on the door to a room in the dorms. His grin widens when he sees his friend. Nikolai freezes for a second before letting him in. Keep it down. Have you forgotten the rules? Oh, come on. Dimitri plunks himself down on an empty bed, while Nikolai sits down by the desk in the center of the room and picks up the book he was in the middle of reading. Principles of Informatics. Still reading physical books in this day and age? What a freaking nerd! But that's good. Machines can't be trusted. The droids that used to serve with us on the battlefield wouldn't even recognize us after their authorizations got rewritten when the URNC army took over. Damn, are they actually gonna go into the whole story here too? That's wild. The whole side story stuff. You'd think I took a liking to that little surveillance drone and even treated it like a pet. Dima, not so loud. Fine, I'll drop my voice. Dimitri takes in the empty dorm room and slaps the wooden bed frame absent-mindedly. You're the only one left in this room, eh? Yeah. The last one left last night. Retired from service and went home. What about you? Do what I gotta do. Nikolai scribbles a mark on his book. You seem awfully blasé about this. General Carter's fall must have affected your family, surely? It's not anything out of the ordinary for an old man to step down. Why are you here? You didn't come just to show your concern about my family, did you? I came because of this. Dimitri pulls a piece of paper out of his pocket and gives it a wave. Nikolai grows still. A transfer order, stamped this morning. I want to joke and say how dare they focus so much on the male character. It's okay, Jeremy. You know why? Because this male character hates dolls. Therefore, he can't shack up with any of them. Problem solved. He has to be a doll hater so that there are no issues. I'm going too, Bratan. Gonna spend a few years on the border, then God knows where they'll send me. With your rank, you could have applied to stay. Welcome back from the ends. Nikolai and Dimitri are having a flashback minute. Well, I don't think Nikolai might even be alive anymore, but Dimitri sure is talking to him about his doll hating. He was on that doll hating grind set pretty early. Staying doesn't seem like such a good idea. I'd rather be exiled along with my brothers. I hear they're gonna build something called the Great Wall Railway, and we'll be the reserve garrison force. It sounds pretty tough, but now that I think about it, there should be plenty of opportunities to turn and eat profit. Dazi! I did the Dazi! Let's go, Dazi! Then when I make a fortune, I'll take my brothers, leave the army, and start a business. You don't want to serve anymore? Guess not. No point. I used to head onto the battlefield of some sort of ideal. Now that General Carter is gone, and his followers and the KCCO are gone, I don't see the point in staying. This has nothing to do with our duty as soldiers. No? So who are we fighting for when nobody's left? Ghosts? As long as those we've sworn to protect are still there, we will remain soldiers no matter where we're deployed. Dima, there's nothing wrong with being stationed on the border, but you mustn't let yourself loose. Hearing the disapproval in Nikolai's words, Dimitri's jaunty smile slowly disappears. Nikolai? I came to say goodbye, not to argue with you. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just telling the truth. Truth, my ass! Stop lying to yourself. Nobody gave a damn about the brothers who died, and those who somehow managed to survive were either demoted, dismissed, or even got court-martialed. Uh-oh, he's getting real mad. This is a serious moment between bros. They let small fries and non-core forces like us keep our ranks but send us to marginalized departments as so-called reassignment. In a rage, Dmitri marches up to Nikolai, tears off his dog tag, and throws it down on the desk in front of his friend. And take a look at this! A soldier's dog tag is their only proof of identity on the battlefield. But what happened? They changed everything! The design, my unit number, even my service number. Do you think the person listed on this dog tag is still me? This is just a form of identification. You are you, Warrant Officer Dmitri. Get real! Warrant Officer Dmitri would only ever serve the Neo-Soviet Union. But from now on, it won't be the new Neo-Soviet Union anymore, but the Neo-Soviet Union District under the URNC. It's over for General Carter. It's over for the Neo-Soviet Union. And it's over for our dreams. Dmitri pants heavily as he glares at his friend, but Nikolai simply gazes earnestly back at him, his face still utterly calm. Anyway, I've had enough of talking about ideals. I just want to protect myself and those around me, so that we can eke out a living in this godforsaken world. You should look out for yourself. They're already going after General Carter's followers. If you stay, they'll surely give you a hard time. Things could end badly for you. Don't let a dead dream drag you into an early grave. General Carter, that's an old name. Wonder if he's still alive now. Yeah, you probably have way more context about General Carter than I do, but I'm pretty sure he must have been heavily involved in the first game, in the war that they were having back then. Of course, all this stuff has already happened, so it seems like General Carter is off in some form of banishment. I don't even know if he's alive for sure. Everyone talks about him like he's completely fucked. Dmitri puts away his dog tag stiffly. There, I said my piece. I'll get going then. When Dmitri reaches the door, Nikolai, who has been silent the whole time, calls out to him. Dima. What? Thinking that his friend wants to make peace with him, Dmitri's voice softens. But when he looks back, he sees Nikolai standing ramrod straight, pointing at his chest. Ask yourself in here, do you genuinely believe that? Dmitri finds himself back in the present. He looks down at the dog tag that used to belong to Nikolai, then at the soldier sleeping deeply not far from him. Some of them were comrades in arms who served the Neo-Soviet Union alongside him on the battlefield, while others are rookies who enlisted with lofty ideals. Yet here they are, all huddled together in the ruins of an abandoned settlement on this night. He lets out another sigh and stows the dog tag away. At least that belief has kept me alive and kicking. Ah, friend fight, friend fight. I guess I didn't leave on very good terms. But yeah, I'm sorry I'm gonna have to do this, but I'm gonna have to AFK for a bit to use the bathroom. And also, I'm getting weirdly hungry, so I might try to find a snack, so maybe upwards of 10 minutes. I'll try not to take too long on that though, so I'll be in a hurry. Then we can continue story time. Yay! I'm sorry I'm not very good at voice acting men. I feel like my vocal cords aren't suited for them. But I'm gonna try my best, okay? I'll be returning soon. Make sure to stretch and get whatever you need as well. And we will have more fun finding out about all their traumas. BRB. Hello. I'll be returning to the game now, so thank you all very much for waiting patiently. I hope that if you needed to take a little break and get up, that you were able to do so. Also, there's a card that searches Macrocosmos. That's not good. I don't really like seeing Macrocosmos being used in any situation either. That's pretty much a stun card at this point, I agree. Excuse me. My husband was acting up a little bit. But yeah, I'm back. I brought some grapes, but I won't be eating them while I'm voice acting or anything, so hopefully they won't get in the way too much. I'll go ahead and continue with the story now, so story time, story time. I mean, I feel like they're weirdly okay with the stun decks for some reason. Definitely is a bit of a headache. Also, here we go. This one is no story time, actually. This is all fighting. Okay. I guess with all the story time being done before, might either happen after this fight, or they're gonna wait a little bit. Gotta put in a little bit of gameplay in this VN, am I right? This is what I like to call a Kukai map. Everybody is weak to poison here. They're all gonna get exploded in an instant. And then it will be extremely funny. Ta-da! How about you? Oh, there's a story time. Target eliminated, moving forward. Yay! I can finally go back and lie down. Beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Oh no, it's watching us. That's not good. That looks very suspicious. After fending off the Elids that attacked them along the way, Klukai walks aside while the team is resting up and answers a call from Leva with obvious displeasure. You're calling 10 whole hours later than you're supposed to. Doesn't the Non-Military Forces Administration administer their time? Oh my, don't be so grumpy right off the bat. I have a lot of serious business to attend to, you know? It's quite understandable that I can't always check in with you on time. Rules and regulations for Hyde 404 members. Calls and meetings. Article 24. In the event of an emergency, participants must be informed of the cancellation of a meeting or call. The reason must be stated, and the rescheduled time must be confirmed. Oh, she's a stickler. Yeah, the funny patting. Also, hi, Skinless Maple. What's up? What's good? You can also apply this hand later once it's done. and do some more funny. Need I repeat that? You've got too many rules, Klukai. Who can remember them all? If you could all hold yourself to the high standards that befit elite T-dolls, there wouldn't need to be so many rules. We coped well enough even back when our rules were essentially half a page. That was then. Now I'm the squad leader. And yet Leader Klukai, the almighty lady, was getting the jitters because she couldn't get in touch with a humble little member like me. Who was getting the jitters? Never mind. Let's get down to business. Leva chuckles at Klukai's huffiness. Having succeeded in riling her up, she decides to call it a day. I've had a look at the images you sent over. Those rocks are indeed evidence of Paradeus' activity, a fact that's corroborated by Lena's intel. The deceased in the settlement were also dressed in attire that matched the uniforms of Paradeus members. So congrats! Finally, some concrete progress. It's not really anything worth celebrating. You were bothered by the lack of progress before, and you're upset now that it's confirmed to be Paradeus. You're so hard to please, oh almighty leader Klukai. If you know I'm the leader, then drop the dizzy act and start taking this seriously. What has Paradeus been up to in the past few years? Have the Nitos started studying architecture? We're still investigating the specific details, but one thing's for certain. Paradeus has stepped up the brainwashing of their human members, who now refer to themselves as Unitas. Those scattered rocks probably looked like this before they were destroyed. Oh, Leva sent an image to Klukai. That's a tower? It's some sort of totem. Paradeus strengthens the Unitate's faith and loyalty using these, so that they'll be more obliged to serve their experiments. Well, it worked, apparently. What's the point? If they want to force people to comply, then Nito's force is more than enough. You don't understand humans at all, Klukai. We operate according to logic, but humans' actions are often compelled by emotions and beliefs. I mean, she's not wrong. Rather than subjecting them to experiments by force and having to look out for insurrection that could manifest at any time, it's much more effective to have a spiritual hold on them, which eliminates the problem completely. To make an analogy, it would be akin to overriding their protocols, like transferring their command authorizations from normal society to Paradeus. Stop trying to make yourself out to be some kind of anthropologist. I am just a little more knowledgeable than you on the subject. So in other words, Paradeus is even trickier to deal with than before. That's right. They're basically well on their way to becoming an extremist group. The Nitos are only getting more powerful, and now they've recruited a bunch of deranged Unitates. Lena is busy investigating other things for Kalina, so I can't expect any help from her. In fact, they need my help, so I've got my hands absolutely full at the moment. Thank goodness you're here to give a hand, Klukai. If they're so dangerous, when will the reinforcement you promised arrive? Very soon. I think you'll be well pleased. What? Scream! With an ear-splitting burst of static, the comms line breaks down. Talk about bad timing. Klukai recalls what Leva just said. Well pleased? What kind of reinforcement would make her well pleased? 404 have always preferred to work on their own. The way Klukai sees it, seeking external help is a show of weakness, so she will never consider it an option unless absolutely necessary. 404 are extremely unlikely to accept aid from an outsider to begin with, and the chances of Klukai appreciating the aid are even more minuscule unless it's Commander. A figure appears in Klukai's neural cloud, but she soon dismisses the idea. No, it couldn't be her, or she would have responded with feigned nonchalance. But even as Klukai refuses to entertain the possibility, she deliberately reduces her processing speed so that the figure can linger just a little longer in her neural cloud. In any case, she'd better ask for more clarification from Leva so that she won't be distracted from her mission because of any unnecessary expectations. Just as Klukai is about to send another comms request, Andres walks over to her. Leader Klukai, my data link with the server just got severed. I checked the signal strength. It's not at 0, but it is very weak, so long-range comms and neural cloud backups will be affected. It's probably a temporary phenomenon caused by the collapse storm. Andres looks over at the survey core nearby. Dimitri is talking to his subordinates. Should we talk to him about this? We are currently using their military line. If even the military line is affected here, then we must stay close to the survey core. Right. Tell Mechty and Belka not to take unauthorized action. I'll discuss this with them. Okay. Klukai approaches the survey corps and notices that the few soldiers that Dimitri was talking to have split into 2 groups and started loading their equipment onto their assigned vehicles. Meanwhile, Dimitri is giving more orders to another subordinate. I think the ads are over, so welcome back. While talking to Leva, Klukai got disconnected, and it seems like it might be something bad. With fewer people on the team, the mission will become even more dangerous. Get everyone to stay on their toes. Crank the signal booster all the way up and tell everyone, including the dolls from 404, to remain within comms range until the temporary base stations are set up. Oh, I guess the ad started a bit late. They always like to jump scare me, sorry. Roger that, sir. Good! Now get to work! After Larion is gone, Klukai walks over to Dimitri. Is the signal booster no good anymore? If it was, you think I'd split the team up at such a crucial stage of the mission? The signal is already garbage in this freaking place to start with, and the storm will rage on for a good while. There's no way of getting any word out at the moment. If we don't set up those temporary base stations, even we will be declared MIA. Sending your men out in pairs isn't safe. Under these circumstances, it's better to act in groups of 4. Russian! But I've only got this handful of men. What will you have me do? Gonna just insert a sikablit. Sikablit. I've sent them out with all the good quality gear. And one of my men is as good as 3. Does he? We're already very close to the red zone. The environmental conditions are way more unpredictable than what you've experienced so far. You really should be more careful. Welcome back for real this time. Sorry, I kind of misjudged it. So the quick recap is that Klukai and Dimitri are kinda semi-arguing because he's sending his men out in pairs when she thinks it's better for them to have small groups. Oh, for Christ's sake! What does a tin can like you know? Getting scared before you even reach the battlefield? You'll get shot into Swiss cheese even with that fancy weapon of yours. If you've got the time to yap, just spend it on killing elites. Jeez, why is this stupid machine being so long-winded? Once the preparations are complete, the soldiers tasked with constructing the temporary base stations split off from the main force and set out to carry their mission. Meanwhile, a small surveillance drone is hidden behind a piece of cover not far away. Its indicator light blinks as it records everything that's transpiring. The clear visual feed is displayed on Blue Sphere's monitor. Keep up with the splinter groups. Uh-oh, she's spying! The lady from the bad guys is spying. The variety in your dialogue and banter is deep and rich, not repetitive at all. No. Well, they're very militaristic, so I guess the feeling of it is to give out this whole idea that they're all just gonna constantly yap about tactics. And well, in Dimitri's case, he just can't stop calling them tin cans. That's just his catchphrase now. He's the tin can man. And he will always continue to be the tin can man. The tin can man, oh the tin can man. Even though their GPS is severely hindered by the terrible signal reception, the Survey Corps and Hyde 404 are still painstakingly conducting the environmental survey. Sir, 2 of the groups have sent their signals. It appears that they have finished setting up their temporary base stations. The signal reception of our comms line has also returned to medium strength, and external communications have been restored. Some of the groups still haven't found suitable locations to set up their base stations, but they have re-established communications with the main force. Not bad. Notify the brothers at the base stations and tell them to stay put for now. The temporary base stations are poor substitutes for standard ones. They must take extra care not to let things like elids damage them. And if they encounter boojums or anything they can't manage, tell them to prioritize their own safety and contact the main force at once. Yes, sir. On the cold digital monitor, 2 specks of light flicker steadily like stars in the night sky. They may be faint, but their presence is unmistakable. Dimitri wishes sincerely that the stars obscured by the gloom will get to light up the night sky again one day. It's time to contact the warrant officer again. This shitty place. Boom! The Jeep is hit by a strong impact. Even the communicator is knocked out of Dimitri's hand, falling underneath the seat. Through the window, he sees that the vehicle that collided with his is also part of a pile-up collision. The actual vehicle that came under attack is skidded to a halt with blown-out tires and heavy smoke. He's dead! What just happened? A group of vehicles have appeared in the distance, followed by a vicious fire assault. The dolls of Hyde 404 have already leapt into action, diving behind cover and exchanging fire with their attackers. They must have snuck up on us while our radar was still down. We don't know which armed force it is. Get everyone to find cover and wait for the enemy to run out of ammo. Wait for my order and prepare to counterattack. Uh-oh, they're in trouble. They's in trouble. Ambush, quick. Wow, this guy sucks at taking cover. He's gonna get flanked for sure, for real, for real. Alright, deploy support. What kind of weaknesses do they have? Good enough. Oh wow, there's gameplay too. I thought this was like a book. Well, it feels like a book when you're going through the story mode, but there is actual gameplay sections in between. And there's also just only gameplay sections where you have to do challenges. Although right now the enemies are not very challenging, probably so that the story is accessible to new people. So don't expect the enemies to be particularly tough, because they're just really not. Girls Frontline has always been a series that's a lot like a VN. Thank you so much for following, Clear Dragoon. I hope you've been enjoying the stream tonight. It's very nice to meet you, and I appreciate you becoming a Poke Pal. For the god operator of doll kind. Alright. Gameplay in my game? Question mark? That's crazy. That's wild up in here. Anyway, the gameplay is kind of like Overwatch games, so that is something that interests you. You might want to take a look at the game, because it can get pretty in-depth sometimes. I just had Klukai committing vehicular manslaughter the whole of it. I mean, if it works, right? Man, I didn't even have to use a dynamite box. I'm kind of disappointed. Alright, that doesn't reach over there. Alright, we good! Having repelled the assault for the time being, Dmitri directs his subordinates and the dolls of 404 to clean up the battlefield. Not Overwatch though? Do you mean like Overwatch the mechanic? Or Overwatch the game series? After some thought, he walks over to Klukai. Hey, what's your name again? Klukai? Blitz, what the hell kind of name is Klukai? Klukai and Andres, focused on inspecting the wreckage of an enemy mechanical unit, do not bother to look up. I mean, he's got a point. The dolls really gave themselves some pretty interesting names. It would be interesting to have a hero shooter with the dolls. I think they're working on a game like that right now, actually. I watched a video trailer of a hero shooter with dolls. I don't know if it's gonna be a gacha too, but I don't believe it's done yet. It seemed like an in-progress trailer with a couple of dolls showing shooting gameplay. So, I guess if you want to play that when it comes out, you can. At least this fits into the series lore since all of them have guns pretty much. What is it? Didn't you mention you got attacked by an unknown armed force earlier? Were they the ones? Hold on. Oh? Andres, do we have the result of the analysis? Not yet. I still have to double check some of the connection methods and part specifications. I just asked Mechty and Bielka to inspect the other wreckages so that I can incorporate the data they collect into the analysis. Right, make it quick. Leaving Andres to work in peace, Klukai rises to her full height. A preliminary inspection has not revealed any clear forms of identification on these mechanical units, which appear to have been modified from general PMC machinery. So we're trying to compare the methods and parts used in the modifications with the units we've encountered before. If there are multiple matches, we can be reasonably sure that they're from the same faction. There were humans in the forest that attacked us. Unfortunately, they either got killed or fled. Have you also encountered human armed forces before? No, it was only modded automatons that attacked us. These newer automatons had better firepower, and the humans were armed with very high-quality weapons. Klukai peers down at the dent left by the bullet that hit her on the arm. In my experience, neither the Varjägers nor ordinary bounty hunters can afford this level of armament. First Sergeant Dmitri, we have searched the human remains thoroughly but found no meaningful clues. Alright, see if you can find any usable weapons, energy sources, or protective equipment. Gather everything you can find and take them with us. But sir, non-standard issue weapons could cause injuries or death to the user. This is against regulations. Who cares about regulations anymore? We must make use of whatever resources we can get our hands on. Still, check everything carefully. Get rid of anything with electronic messaging capability. Roger that, sir. Leader Klukai, Mr. Dimitri, I have the analysis result. The fire control cores installed on mechanical units of the same type generally had the same ports. As for the parts, they're just your run-of-the-mill military stuff. So I thought I'd check the manufacturer batch through the net, but... But what? Our signal got disconnected. What? Dimitri rummages through his pockets for his communicator, but then he remembers it has fallen under the seat in the previous battle. Lukai confirms Andorisa's observation after checking the connection herself. We are indeed disconnected. Impossible. The temporary base stations are up and running. The signal should be more stable. Dimitri rushes back to the jeep in disbelief. After searching for a moment, he finds his communicator and accesses the signal interface. The digital screen is now pitch black. There is no sign of the blinking lights. EMP, maybe. 2 hours ago. How is it going? Is the plan proceeding smoothly? Yes, though there have been some unexpected changes along the way. Changes? Have they received more reinforcements? No, but once the Survey Corps noticed a signal deterioration, they split up and started constructing temporary base stations. They're even more cautious than we thought. That's not good news. Make sure you don't let off the splinter groups. No problem. However, even though Mechty security has aided in Paraday's operations within the area, they are not very accustomed to the local terrain due to the complex environmental conditions and rampant elitific activities. They have had to allocate part of their crew to take out a Bujum, so we are not fully aware of the entire Survey Corps movement at the moment. I need not remind you of the danger of fish that slips the net, do I? Don't forget the trouble caused by the Survey Corps last time. Right, I have already notified Mechty security to take action as per your order. And to prevent the Survey Corps from reporting the situation to their superiors, I have applied signal restrictions to their current location. The military line is completely down. That's acceptable, I suppose. But it's not a guaranteed fail-safe solution either. So long as their signal marker or temporary base stations exist, there's a risk that they can get out of this. Blue sphere? Cocoon's demeanor shifts ambiguously. Every word seems to be a warning, thinly veiled in humor. I hope you have contingency plans in place. That's just an emergency countermeasure. As per your order, I will spare no effort in searching for and eliminating the Survey Corps splinter groups, as well as destroying the existing local signal markers. Oh, that's marvelous to hear. By the way, I have another piece of advice for you. What is it? Seth Falvin has instructed me to relay this message. You may activate the last resort if necessary. The decision of activating it is entirely at your discretion. However, be sure to make it quick and clean, and remember to wrap up all the loose ends afterwards. After all, this is an extremely risky move, and it would be very difficult to explain ourselves if we attract even the slightest bit of suspicion. The same order has also been issued to Mechty security. Just request an authorization transfer from them. Understood. That's it! Good luck! Before the comms line is terminated, Cocoon suddenly taps the screen. Oh, one more thing. Since the Survey Corps kept pestering their superior, they've been sent new reinforcements that will arrive in only a day or two. This new force is getting pretty close. Make sure you don't let them suspect a thing. Oh, dun 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 dun, the bad guys are moving. You're moving in. And they're being bad. They're batting the bad guy lair. On the bad guy journey to the bad guy quest. Story time! Big story time! Having evaded the incessant pursuit of an unknown force, the Survey Corps and Hyde 404 are now taking temporary refuge in an abandoned settlement that they have chanced upon. The settlement is shielded by hills to the southeast, so the dolls of Hyde 404 are currently monitoring the surrounding areas from their respective hiding spots on the other three sides. Considering the extent of damage that Mechty has suffered, Klukai has paired herself up with her. These people are attacking harder and harder. Who the heck are they? Klukai, did you antagonize somebody again? We didn't manage to charge our batteries back at the previous settlement because of the problematic ports. Do we even have enough auxiliary power for 3 more battles? Of course! Aw, seriously? As long as you keep each battle under a minute. What? They were totally short on power! Oh, their voices seem to be very quiet for some reason. I guess it's the comms effect on them. Klukai connects to the regional comms channel. Have you come up with the next step of the battle plan? The enemy has made their intentions plenty clear. They've got to be searching for us in the area. If we get surrounded... Shut up! I'm trying to think! Wow, this guy is so impressive. Here I am, dead tired, and there he is, still perky enough to lose his temper and shout his head off. Seriously, which one of us is actually a doll? Sounds like a you problem. The Mechty shitting begins again. My favorite part. Mechty, stay here and keep a lookout. I'll go and see what's keeping him dawdling. Klukai heads over to the building in which Dimitri's taking cover and finds him checking and rechecking a slip of paper with an unknown sequence of numbers against the map. What are you doing? Grumble, grumble, grumble. What? Please keep quiet while the first sergeant reviews the situation and looks for more clues. How long has he been at it? Since the moment we found the signboard bearing the name of the settlement. Not here. Not this either. Dimitri seems to be measuring some kind of distance on the map using his own rugged fingers. However, he eventually gives up and puts the paper away in annoyance. If you're running some kind of vector equation, you won't be able to determine a specific location without knowing the original location. Shut your trap! If you issue follow-up orders in a timely fashion, I would not be questioning you. But our supplies are limited, and judging from the current situation, if we keep running around aimlessly, our enemy will hunt us down and pick us off sooner or later. At least you're not entirely dumb. Just then, a young soldier of the Survey Corps enters through the door. Sir, we're all in position and awaiting further directives. Stand by. You've already set up our defenses? Oh, you think I was just playing Sudoku while being a sitting duck? Make sure the four of you coordinate with our movements. You want orders, right? Well, don't just stand there. Come over here and look at this. The Mechty beckons at Klukai and gestures for her to take a closer look at the map. You see the hills in the southeast. More than 70% of our mechanical units are up there right now. I've also stationed 5 of my men there to prepare for a feint. A feint? That's right. Our enemies are hot on our heels. They'll probably come looking for us here in 3 hours. I just checked the map, and the closest settlement from our current location is at least 6 hours away, and it will be very difficult for us to stay hidden while we make our way there. If we can't get a bigger head start or take out most of our pursuers in one go, they will catch up to us before we can reach the next settlement and replenish our supplies, and it'll be over for us then. You're planning to whittle down their firepower here? Exactly. To them, we're just a small and poorly equipped force that can only counterattack using ambushes and guerrilla tactics. We can take advantage of that assumption. This area is smack along the only way to that settlement. With hills on one side, anyone with half a brain can tell that this is the perfect spot for an ambush, including our pursuers. Once they confirm that we're on our way to the nearest settlement, they will immediately try to figure out where we have posted our guards to protect the traveling convoy, which will clearly be on the hills. But then aren't you playing right into their hands? You still don't get it, do you, Kid Tin Can? Most of our mechanical units are already damaged and don't really stand a chance in a direct confrontation. If we keep them around while we march, not only will they eat up our resources, they may also expose our movement. They can be put to much better use. As for Hyde 404, you will be the key to the upcoming fight. As long as you can seize the opportunity and flank our pursuers from the west while they're drawn to the hills and catch them in a pincer attack, it may just be possible for us to wipe them out. I must remind you that if we move according to your plan, we cannot guarantee the safety of both the mechanical units and the soldiers on the hills. The 5 men up there are led by my most trusted comrade. He's much smarter than you. Look at him grinning. He's so smug about it too. Once the 4 of you are on the move, they will activate the droid's auto-attack mode, then circle around to the other side of the hills and regroup with the main force. That's just the best case scenario. With a success rate of less than 40%, it is highly likely that they'll be eliminated before regrouping with the main force. Moreover, we're basing our estimation of the enemy force entirely on our observation in our previous encounter. If the enemy force exceeds 130% of our estimation, that is, if there are 20 or more soldiers and 25 or more automatons that we did not account for, the success rate of this operation will drop below 25%. What do you take us soldiers for? You think we only fight when there's a 100% chance of success? These smuggery. He's the chica blit of all time. Our job is to seize the opportunity and turn victory into reality. I mean, at least he's pretty confident in himself right now. Under these circumstances, we'd be lucky to even stand half a chance. Just making sure you're managing your expectations. What about the main force? They'll be retreating with only lightweight gear to conserve their strength. And where are they headed? There are 2 destinations. The first is the closest settlement, though we can't ascertain whether it's still occupied or if there are enough supplies to keep us going. The other is a base station in the same general direction. If we can find and repair it, we may be able to restore external communications and contact our reinforcements. I wonder if this plan is actually going to go well. You know, I feel like he's a little bit arrogant but at the same time, he's also not particularly stupid either. Even Blue Sphere and Cocoon, who are fighting against him, have acknowledged that he is being more cautious than they expected, which means he's kind of used to this stuff. Maybe he's gonna be able to do it. How far away is the base station? About the same distance to the settlement, roughly 6 hours on foot. On foot? We have a jeep. Jeep? From now on you don't. What do you mean? Not counting your small jeep, the Survey Corps currently still has one jeep and one small military truck. To pull off this plan, we must set up a vehicle in the northeast, where the enemy is the most likely to attack from, to draw their attention. At the same time, I'll have several of those scout drones buzzing around in the other directions. You've seen those things before, pretty much useless in a fight, but noisy as hell and perfect for both attracting enemy attention and tipping us off. Hi, Duelbringer. Yeah, I'm playing the story. I guess you're gonna get spoiled though if you stay here. Sorry. But thank you for dropping by, even if it's just a bit. Maybe I can see you next time. Thank you for hydrating me. I know that some people like to listen to me narrate the story, so that's why I end up trying to play through as much as I can. Only thing is, there's no hope of recovering the vehicle or the drones. What about the other vehicle? That will be given to the men up on the hills as their getaway to catch up with the main force. I don't think that's very sensible. You just admitted that their chances of successfully regrouping with the main force are pretty slim. Why waste limited resources knowing that? What does a tin can like you know? Forging ahead despite the difficulties makes my comrades heroes, but cutting off their only chance of escape because of the difficulties would make me a bastard. I'm sending them to stage a fight, not to be cannon fodder. I mean, he's got the point. He wouldn't be a very good commander if he just wanted to throw men out there and have them die. Usually in terms of humans, it's better to conserve as much manpower as possible, especially to keep up morale. I simply wish to maximize the operation's chances of success. Dimitri takes a deep breath. I am the commanding officer here, and your job is to lead your Hyde 404 in carrying out my orders. Is that clear? Don't you worry about human matters with that tin can brain of yours. Lukai decides not to argue with the stubborn Dimitri. Now that I'm aware of the general plan, let's split up and move separately. I'll be off then. Assemble in the southwest of this settlement in half an hour. Got it. Klukai fills in the other 404 members on the operation plan. After confirming the basic terrain around the settlement, they joined the Survey Corps in hiding within an abandoned building in the southwestern part of the settlement. Hi, welcome back! The Dimitri and Klukai tense conversation is over. Klukai seems to be pretty annoyed at Dimitri, thinking that he's not planning very effectively. Now they're about to put in his operation into place and see how well it does. Look at the time. I'd normally be in bed by now. Will those people actually take the bait like Dimitri says? Hard to say. The working assumption is that you'll be fighting an enemy force the same size as what we've encountered before. If they've amped up their firepower, we're finished. That's true. Big says Klukai. Can the guys actually be trusted? I wouldn't hedge all our bets on them. We should focus on figuring out our own contingency. Still, it is certainly necessary to mount a counterattack here to give us a head start against our pursuers. Alright, I'll do my best. Andores, when the operation is underway, don't stray too far from the vehicle. You must keep our supplies secure. If we need to retreat ahead of schedule, I'll also call you to pick us up. No problem, Leader Klukai. The four dolls lapse into silence as they remain at their station. Soon after that, an ear-splitting alarm goes off in the northeast, followed by a vicious burst of gunfire. At the same time, the vehicle deployed beforehand explodes, and Dimitri's voice can be heard through the regional comms channel. Attention, all units! The enemy force is approaching. Stay low. When they enter within attack range, our men on the hills will launch an ambush and trigger the explosives we've rigged to weaken their firepower. Hyde 404 will catch them in a pincer move from behind. The rest of you follow my command. Copy that, sir. Understood. With the first gunshot fired from up the hill, the battle has officially begun. Leader Klukai, the enemy is indeed lured by our men on the hills. According to the intelligence we currently possess, the enemy force comprises about 15 men, 2 heavy automatons, and 5 anti-air automatons. The exact quantity of land automatons is unknown, but my preliminary estimation is about 10. Bielka, Mechty, we start moving once they move further southeast by another 50 meters. When attacking them from behind, Bielka will focus on taking out the anti-air automatons to reduce their field of view. Mechty and I will take care of the heavy and land automatons. Make sure to keep the enemy force from spotting our main force in the southwest. Understood? All right. Andres, stand by in this area. If enemy units come this way, detonate the explosives and throw smoke grenades to keep the main force hidden. Understood, Leader Klukai. Even though the enemy force is thrown into disarray at first, they soon regain their footing and launch an attack on the hills using cover and their anti-air units. Klukai keeps gauging the distance between them and the enemy force. Finally, she gives the order. Hyde 404, we're up. As the dolls enter the fray, the enemy's attack becomes noticeably hamstrung. Meanwhile, Dimitri starts directing the main force and retreating toward the target settlement. Big sis, Klukai! All enemy anti-air units have been eliminated. Very good. Oh boy! If you're done shooting down the little birds, get over here and give me a hand. This big guy is really bad news. Bielka, back Mechty up immediately and stop the heavy automaton from getting any closer. Leave the rest to me. Alrighty, big sis. Watch yourself. Timing her move carefully, Klukai detonates another set of explosives, successfully impeding the enemy's attempt to regroup. Seems like it's working. No hiccups yet. Hyde 404 to the main force. We have successfully suppressed the pursuing armed force. Received. Ivan, how many men have you got left? 3, but one is badly injured and immobile. Have the bastards noticed anything off? Doesn't look like it. Their firepower is still focused on their side of the hills, but thanks to 404's interference, they haven't been able to make much headway. In fact, I had to send a group to go after 404 just 10 minutes ago. We prioritized taking out their drones. Because of all the terrain and all the dust and smoke, those bastards can barely see. They shouldn't have noticed that our main force is already gone. Seriously, hats off to you, Dima. You with your crazy tricks. Save the ass-kissing for later. You've accomplished your objective. Now get out of there. Go around the hills. Copy that. 404, keep the enemy busy for 15 more minutes. Once Ivan's group withdraws from the area, detonate all mechanical units and remaining explosives to draw the enemy's attention and seal off their route of pursuit. Take out as many of their effective units as you can while you withdraw. Pick up the pace and make sure you catch up to the main force. Keep the regional comms clear. Understood. Are we finally done? That was amazing! The plan worked unexpectedly well! Everyone in the regional comms channel breathes a sigh of relief and starts to relax a little. Still staying close to the jeep, Andrew suddenly looks to the side in alarm. Oh, here's the hiccup. Attention! Heat signatures detected to the west. Possibly enemy reinforcements. They may have received the enemy force's distress call and are moving ahead at full speed. There's a high chance that they will encounter our main force. What? Take whatever cover you can find right now. It's too late! The wave of dust kicked up by the enemy's reinforcements march is already within Dimitri's view. Judging by the heat signatures, there are approximately 10 anti-air automatons and 5 heavy automatons. I cannot provide an estimate on the quantity of armed personnel. Even though everyone has prepared for the worst, the moment enemy reinforcements actually show up, their despair is still palpable through the comms channel. Attention, all units! Cut out all your lights and get down on the ground. Unless ordered otherwise, do not move, attack, or make any sound. Also, the new enemy force has entered visual range. It's double the size estimated by 404. Oh, that's a lot of guys then. The comms channel lapses into silence. As the seconds tick by, the enemy's anti-air units are fast approaching the survey corps and will soon spot the barely hidden soldiers. No tricks or tactics will save them from the enemy's superior firepower. All the soldiers press themselves to the ground with bated breath, doing everything they can to reduce their biosigns. If they continue on their current route, they'll come face to face with you lot, yeah? In that case, we'll have to get them to change course. Hearing Ivan's voice through the communicator, Dimitri's compelled to respond even though he just gave the order to forbid anyone from making a sound. Do not act without permission! What are you thinking? Rescue. Looks like our mission isn't over yet. Are you kidding me? Our rescue is still chilling God knows where. What? Dimitri stops abruptly mid-sentence when he realizes what his comrade is getting at. We don't know why the enemy is so hell-bent on wiping us out, but they clearly won't let us flee the battlefield and rendezvous for our reinforcements. If we show any sign of doing that, they will definitely try to stop us with all their might. Quit your yammering! Your mission right now is to regroup with the main force! Ima, let me finish. In just a while, I will create the illusion that we've established contact with our reinforcements and are attempting to rendezvous with them. Dima, you and the others must seize this opportunity and run for it. I won't be able to distract them for long. Once they clue into the trick, they'll double back and hunt you down. Are you disobeying a direct fucking order from me? Our mission is to stage a feint and assist the main force in reaching safety. This isn't the time to be a smartass. Retreat! Do you hear me? Ivan says nothing in response to Dimitri's fury. The winds and gunfire in the yellow zone resound in the comms channel. Dima, don't forget to find us afterwards and bring us back to Moscow. That is where all our dreams began. And that is where we must return even in death. Well, they're gonna become cannon fodder in the end. I guess it was just destined. Amid the silence, Ivan's voice sounds ghostly, almost unreal. Ivan, you stand right fucking down right now! Ivan makes no answer. The mechanical units on the hills to the southeast of the settlement suddenly stop firing and start following a jeep that is speeding in a completely opposite direction. A signal flare with a bright trailing tail soars into the night sky with no second thoughts. The amber flare flashes several times in the sky at a certain frequency, then falls into the vast desert. This sudden development has drawn the attention of both the enemy force fighting within the settlement and the reinforcements currently en route to the settlement. The Survey Corps exposing their own routes, making them doubt the authenticity of their intelligence. Leader, does that signal mean they're linking up with their reinforcements? But according to our intel, the Survey Corps reinforcements shouldn't be arriving so soon. It would appear that the intel we've previously received wasn't entirely accurate. With the stir we've been causing, the folks in the Purification Project may have sent more than one group of reinforcements. What do we do? Should we withdraw? The higher-ups told us not to expose ourselves. You idiot! The fact that new reinforcements are showing up means that we're already exposed. We haven't even managed to secure the mission objective, so why would we withdraw now? To give their reinforcements enough time to get into position? Contact Team 5 in the settlement. Tell them to hurry up and take out those dolls. Then go after the Survey Corps and intercept them. Support Team 7. Change course immediately. Chase them down. I guess the Jeep crew's plan is working, but they're definitely toasted. Having received their instructions, the anti-air units pivot swiftly, ignoring the groups of soldiers lying on their stomachs under cover of the night just a short distance away. They instead head in Ivan's direction to give pursuit. A familiar military song accompanied by the sound of artillery fire can be heard through the Survey Corps regional comms channel. It is a chorus of only 3 voices, but it resounds more sonorously than ever. Let's take a moment to listen to their beautiful song. 404, pin down the armed units within the settlement and wipe them out as quickly as you can. Do not let them catch up to Ivan. Then... Dmitri clenches his fists. His voice grows hoarse and hollow. Then withdraw and link up with the main force. Understood. Lukai briefly assesses the number of remaining armed units within the settlement and their distance from the main force. Damn, they're a little roughed up. They're not having a good time out here. Andris, Mechty, Belka, take only your lightest gear along with Andris' big gun and withdraw immediately. Hang on, are you planning to fight them all by yourself? No way! That's too dangerous! They still have a heavy automaton left! It'll take at least 2 of us to take it down. Why don't I stay and give you a hand, big sis? Mechty can help Andris. Obey your orders. Don't make me repeat myself. The enemy is incredibly close by. If we withdraw by car, they will definitely be alerted, which will reveal the general direction of our main force, so we can only withdraw on foot. Andres' big gun is pretty heavy and has to be carried by 2 of you, while 1 more has to be the escort and guard. There's no getting around it. Not to mention all that weight is going to slow you down significantly, so you've got to set off right now. What if we leave the big gun? Then we can withdraw together. The battle isn't over yet. We need to keep it with us. It's getting serious business out here. Now go. Seeing that Klukai has already made up her mind, the other 3 dolls know better than to argue. They nod at each other and begin their withdrawal. Now I'll show you the might of an elite T-doll. Having detected Hyde 404's hideout, the enemy units start gathering towards the area. After confirming that her 3 teammates have successfully departed, Klukai double-checks her physical condition and gear, then calmly steps into the night filled of smoke and flames. I will make it back. I will not fall. Klukai pulls her thoughts away from the figure that has surfaced in her neural cloud for now and pulls her trigger resolutely. The battle begins anew. On Dimitri's end, the enemy's reinforcements have gone after Ivan. At Dimitri's command, the soldiers cautiously scan the surrounding area. No enemy units detected in the area. Sir, should we send a team over to Ivan? Dimitri knows full well what the soldier is hinting at. He gazes silently at the horizon where the sky is aglow with the flames of battle. Little by little, the flying sparks devour the wrath and despair in his eyes. There is no more singing through the comms channel. It got cut off abruptly along with the sound of artillery and the howling winds. No need. Dimitri closes his eyes. His gaunt features betray the vicissitudes of life. But what if they're simply out of comms range? Yeah, nah, fam. Don't make me waste my breath. All of you continue to lie low and take stock of your gear. Move at my command. But obey your orders. The young soldier still wants to say something, but Larian smacks him upside the head. He wants to save Ivan and the others more than anyone. If he were on his own, I'm pretty sure he would have rushed over with nothing but his gun by now. But he's our commander. He's responsible for keeping us alive, so that their sacrifice would not be in vain. I'm sorry, sir. I wasn't thinking. Dimitri waves it off, then he opens up the map and checks it against the paper slip again. A brief moment later, he slaps himself hard on the face. Sicka! I get it now. I should have figured this out sooner. He picks up his communicator and tunes into the regional comms channel. Attention all units! Change of target destination. Our new target destination is the mountain near Jahodna, about 1.5 kilometers to the northwest. We set off this instant. 404, sit rep. All three of us have suffered about 25% damage to our frames. We're currently heading towards the main force of our equipment. We should be able to link up with you in, let's see, 20 minutes? But Big Sis Klukai stayed behind at the settlement to clean up the remaining armed units on her own. These debts! All those stupid heroics! Dimitri understands the reason behind 404's course of action, but he still can't help but let out a curse. Ew. Just as Belka is about to talk back, Klukai's impassive voice speaks through the comms channel. Whether one's heroics are stupid or not depends on how capable they are. Big Sis Klukai! This is Klukai of 404. All remaining armed units within the settlement have been eliminated. I've burned through more ammo than expected, and taken some damage to my frame. My estimated travel speed has dropped by 22%. I'm glad you're okay, leader. Ew. Mr. Dimitri may have been a bit rude, but I agree it's best to avoid such risky stunts. Count yourself lucky. I don't give two shits about your reduced travel speed. Catch up to the main force. We're headed for the mountain in Yahodna. He's so crass. At long last, under Dimitri's leadership, the surviving soldiers of the Survey Corps and the Dolls of Hyde 404 file into a cave under the cover of the night. With no further directives from their commander, the soldiers, who just had a close brush with death, all slump to the ground with their backs against the rocky walls. The fierce battle they have just experienced is still fresh in their minds. Nobody turns on any light source, and nobody says a word. The Dolls of Hyde 404 are also sitting quietly in the cave. Keeping some distance from the Survey Corps, they each inspect their own physical condition. Leader Klukai, the average damage rate among the four of us is around 35%. We lost our vehicle in the previous battle. All our temporary repair parts were on board. It's only 35%, no big deal. But that's just the average. Out of the 4 of us, you've taken the most damage, no? I'm okay. Really? Your left eye looks horrific. Just a shrapnel cut. It looks worse than it actually is. But... Lukai shakes her head softly at Andoris, telling her to drop the subject. But she receives no visual feedback of Andoris' concerned expression to her left visual module. Her left eye is utterly ruined. Andoris, any more information about our current location? Just a little. Based on the map and the rough location of the previous settlement, we are probably inside a salt mine in Yahodna. What do you guys think of the big battle that happened? It seemed like the plan was working, but then there were more people than they anticipated after all. I guess that was to be expected. I didn't really get to have too much time with Ivan, so I don't know if I feel particularly attached to him and his group, but they still did a heroic sacrifice in the end. I guess that's just what happens in war. But this mine has been abandoned for years and is currently vacant. Naruhodo. Bielka, Mechty, you two switch to low power mode and stand by. Conserve as much energy as you can. Andoris, ensure your night vision is functional and keep an eye on the exterior of the cave. Our radars aren't working and we've lost all our drones, so we can only rely on your eyes. So far, this story is a bit odd. You find the human side far more interesting. Well, to be honest, the doll side has barely been able to do anything but do some exposition. They're not even shitting on each other and on Mechty as much as last time. It's like they're completely busy with the mission. Although I guess since they are so focused on the mission as an elite team, it does make a little bit of sense. They're all just in full computational mode and they're not getting to really have much personality. The most personality I can give them is through their voices, but they're all just pretty much saying information non-stop. The human side has the whole story going on with Dimitri, so of course it's more interesting. But we're not learning anything about the dolls right now. No problem, Leader Klukai. Alright, big sis. Despite her injuries and exhaustion, Mechty does not zonk out immediately like she usually would. Instead, she hugs her weapon close and gazes uneasily at the pitch-dark sky outside of the cave. After giving the 404 members their orders, Klukai stands up and walks over to Dimitri quietly. He is sitting in the corner deeper into the cave, having a whispered conversation with Larion. Dima, I just did some counting. Our supplies are down to 20%. Less than half of us are left. Both Ivan and Lev are... Oops. I kinda cut him off and I want to hear what he's gonna say. I let them down. Not at all. You defied all odds in keeping us alive under those circumstances. That aside, have you figured out the message on the note? You changed your mind all of a sudden and brought us here. Dimitri leans back tiredly against the cave wall, clutching his gun tightly in his hand. You still remember Nikolai? Larion racks his brain for a moment. Nikolai? You mean the son of that local military officer? I haven't had much dealings with him. We weren't in the same platoon after all, but you're friends, right? Kind of. He was on the list of MIA soldiers that I got from the brass. He was the leader of the team. The dog tag we found was his. So he's one of them dogs that lick the URNC's ass, huh? See, what good did that do? Didn't keep him alive, did it? Larian mutters some expletives through gritted teeth. Whether out of contempt for Nikolai or general malcontent, Dmitri cannot tell. Well, that's not the point. The point is, I managed to figure this out, all thanks to him and Ivan. With that, Dmitri pulls the pieces of paper that were found on the deceased out of his pocket. He smooths out the creases, then turns on his small flashlight and angles himself further away from the cave entrance and blocks the light with his own body. This is a simple coordinate diagram made based on an actual map. Here, here, and here. These numbers on the drawing are the coordinates of the actual locations. But that's not right. The numbers are too big to be in this area. Yep, because it's double encryption. I just couldn't figure out the cipher key. Look at this. Origin. I initially thought it was a hint to find the point of origin to convert the coordinates, but that's not it. Dmitri pulls up the map on his communicator. Do you remember the Neo-Soviet Union's land area and the coordinates of Moscow? Try subtracting them from these numbers on the drawing. Larian does some mental calculations and references the longitude and latitude on the map. It's a match! Dang, Dima, you've got brains! Nah, I just had some experience with this kind of thing when serving with Nikolai in the past. That brat was allergic to modern encryption methods and insisted on something fancier. We've even used, never mind. It's not like anyone will ever use it again, so let's just leave it at that. Welcome back from the ads, I think. So, at this part of the story... Oh, never mind. Carry on. Dmitri looks a little forlorn. But how did you realize these two numbers are the cipher? Origin actually refers to the Neo-Soviet Union, to Moscow, the starting point of our dreams. Nikolai once said that as long as the Neo-Soviet Union stood, he would not yield. So these two numbers became the ciphers of his double encryption method, and no one would ever guess their significance. Nikolai, who had always considered these two numbers constants, never once forgot or betrayed the Neo-Soviet Union. I didn't mean to. Sparing his old comrade any further awkwardness, Dmitri swipes across the map and points at a location. When I heard about the location of our previous operation, I noticed that one of the marked points was around here. I don't know why he marked out these places, but each of his subordinates kept a copy of this information on their persons, even in death, so it had to mean something. We must come and have a look, and if we find anything, we've got to get the word out about what they were trying to tell us. Yay, welcome back from the ads. For real, for real. It turns out that Nikolai's encryption method was finally discovered by Dmitri because of Nikolai's, I guess I wouldn't call it obsession, but the fact that he always had the Neo-Soviet Union in mind meant that they were able to pinpoint how the cipher works by using the coordinates of Moscow. So now they're cracking the code and talking about Nikolai. I just walked around for a bit. I didn't see anything special. The cave seems pretty big. It's probably deeper than we think. Girls Frontline is in its boys yapping era. Polka, these guys are trying to kill your lungs. I know. It's hard out here on me, man. They cannot stop yap sessioning every minute. Now imagine when he calls his superiors again and I have to repeat his platoon number and designation for like the 6th time. And it's so long! Take a few of the others and keep a lookout at the cave entrance. Make sure you stay hidden. I'll take 2 men in 404 to explore deeper. Right. After hesitating for a moment, Larian opens his supply pack, counts his remaining ammunition, and hands over more than half of it to Dmitri. Be careful, Dima. There aren't many of us left. Dmitri does not accept the ammunition. He gives Larian a pat on the shoulder and helps him turn out his collar, which is rumpled under the strap of his weapon. Don't you worry about me. You know what I'm made of. You can actually see his beard coming out of the mask when you look at him yapping. It's a little funny now. Also, I'll remind you one last time. Oh, it was just for that one screen. Okay. Call me sir. Don't set a bad example for the rookies, or they won't learn to show respect. Larian chuckles. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, I have another mission for you. I just saw 2 kids wiping their tears. Go cheer them up. After sending his subordinate away, Dmitri drops all pretense of blitheness and turns sullenly toward Ukai, who has been standing not far away. Is this the world you'd like to be reincarnated into? Hell nah! Hell nah! I wouldn't even make it 5 minutes! Had enough? Is eavesdropping a popular pastime for you tin cans? I was just waiting for you to finish your conversation. If I overheard anything confidential, it was your fault for not conversing in a more secure environment. Whatever! Considering you did alright in the previous operation, I won't argue with you. Also, hi, you Belle. We're having angsty doll story time. Except instead of becoming girls' frontline story time, it's now becoming men's frontline story time because all the men are always on screen. Well, I guess they're okay, so I can't be that upset. Do all 4 of you still have functional night vision? I mean, even if I get reincarnated into a doll, the human beings in this story don't treat dolls with that much respect and scrap them whenever they get tired of them for the most part. So it would basically be kind of like being sent out to get shot in the war. Except they'll keep reincarnating you so that you can get shot again and again and again. Which is, that doesn't sound too exciting. I mean, I guess it's exciting in a way that your life will be threatened, but not really exciting in a way where you'll find fulfillment. Mine is slightly compromised, but it still works, just about. Then make some preparations. We're setting off in 5 minutes to explore the cave. Let's see what kind of secret is hidden in this blasted place. Wow, China really hates the woman. I mean, I'm pretty sure they only made them all women so that people would let their guard down. Honestly, they're more like just robos. They're robos. They don't really care so much about that. Got it. But they are waifu. They gotta appreciate the waifus. Alright, I need to refill my water bottle because doing all this yak has made me go through my entire bottle. So I'm gonna be back in a couple minutes to continue. Hopefully with enough water to keep going. I guess we can listen to the cool music in the meantime. So yeah, just please wait warmly. I will be coming back shortly, but if you want to get up and stretch, this would be a really good time for that as well. So let me disarm them real quick so I can be distracted. But yeah, I hope you've all been enjoying military storytime yap with the dudes, with the bros. I shall return. Alrighty. Hello everybody, thank you for waiting. I have returned with more water, so now I can stay hydrated, stay fresh, chug, and potentially take on more of these yap sessions. Of which there's still a lot, by the way. I haven't even gotten halfway. It's just so much yap. Oh, interesting. They're bringing the boo jump back from the last section. I wonder if they're gonna address him being there in the story. So that's gonna be wild out here. Well, guess it's time to take a look at it then. And return to Yap. To the yapping. Yapping. The Elmo cruises along in the night. It is traveling at the same speed, but the vibrations we are experiencing as the vehicles in motion are putting me on edge. It's Elmo POV. It's the commander. It's me. While we are en route to offer Hyde 404 reinforcement, Lena gets in touch once again, but this time she brings bad news. She has lost contact of Klukai and the others. Losing contact in the contamination zones is a common but nonetheless distressing phenomenon. Bounty hunters whom I have met briefly, convoys of underground brokers of whom I occasionally do business, adventurers who happen to have hitched a ride on the Elmo. I have crossed paths with so many people in the wind and the sand, only to never hear from them ever again. I bet the guys who made Arknights had something to do with the battle system for this game. Actually, it's the other way around. The guys who made this game had something to do with Arknights. Because Arknights is made up of people who quit the team from making this game. Or I guess technically the previous one, since they weren't working on this one at all. So because of that, they took several design philosophies to Arknights from this series, which makes this series the progenitor of Arknights instead. kind of wacky to think about that. But I never thought the same would happen with them this time. Fortunately, with Lena's help, Dier and I managed to make contact, and we agreed on the meeting place. Right now, the Elmo's heading towards the location at full speed. However, the signal reception seems to be deteriorating, and my instinct tells me that this isn't a coincidence. So the chicken came first. Yeah! Chicken came first! I can't help but regret the sincerity I wanted to demonstrate. The prospect of having Hyde 404 join my ranks had been such a relief to me that I forgot the rules within the contamination zones. If I had contacted them sooner, we wouldn't have been in this predicament now. I can only pray that my naive desire to give them a surprise has not put them in terrible danger. The Elmo is already traveling at full velocity. I just hope we won't be too late. No, I have faith in her and her Hyde 404. This time, I'll be the one who comes to you, Klukai. Andres and Klukai are exploring the salt mine cave of the Survey Corps, while Mechty and Belka are investigating another tunnel. Leader Klukai, is it really okay to send Mechty and Belka down the other tunnel? Although I've installed the layout map, it's from many years ago and very much incomplete. This cave is much bigger and more structurally complex than indicated in the environmental intelligence that we currently possess. They may usually seem unreliable, but they're still members of Hyde 404. Even though we managed to give the enemy second thoughts about attacking us, it's only a matter of time that they find us here. We must pick up the pace. Alright, let's hope they'll be safe. Once they turn the corner, the path widens up. Out of thoughtful consideration for Klukai's damaged left eye, Andres positions herself on her left side. She brushes her fingertips slightly on the wall, while white crystalline substance on the surface on the small white crystalline substance on the surface of the wall. Yeah. The entire wall is like a meth lab. This is the first time I've ever been inside a salt mine. It feels quite miraculous. The wall shows signs of artificial excavation, but these wave-like grooves and patterns of alternating colors are all the result of natural geological formation. Is that anything special? Indeed, I've only ever seen the skyscrapers in the green zones and the uninhabited deserts in the yellow zones. But here, human development is entirely dependent on nature. I find that fascinating. Humans can be quite astounding at times. It boggles the mind that someone once excavated part of this cave and turned it into a sanatorium. It's most probably just some gimmick for making money. Dmitri humps at Kukai's remark from the forefront of the expedition group. What do you know? Tin Can. Unlike you, carrying out missions and making money don't consume our every waking thought. Also, if it weren't for a sudden stroke of genius that humans had, you bunch of tin cans wouldn't even be here. Noticing Klukai's irritation, Andres tactfully changes the subject. It's a pity that I was rolled out rather late. I would have loved to see the world before all the collapse radiation. Living 1 to 200 meters underground sounds terribly claustrophobic, and yet it made this place a local attraction. I guess even dolls feel claustrophobia. According to an old investigation report, the sanatorium here had been a hub that supported local tourism for a long period of time. Constructors had installed a large amount of pipelines within the cave to transport natural gas. Hold on, I'm just gonna adjust something. Here we go. Because of that, this place was warm in all seasons, which attracted a lot of tourists to spend their vacations here. In the tourist photographs, this place was a town with fertile soil, plenty of greenery, highways, and bustling traffic. Seemed like a popular destination. Andres, focus on the mission. Don't get distracted by useless information. Sure. Still, I just can't help but wonder at the fact that there used to be such lively places in the world. You're a neo-Soviet, aren't you, Mr. Dmitri? Do you know anything about this place? No. Oh? I wasn't even born back then, and schools don't teach such pointless stuff. Oh, is that so? I don't think this is pointless, though. No matter what this place used to be like. Dmitri gives the thick pipe mounted on the wall a smack. The town is gone. The sanatorium is gone. All that's left are these broken pipes and a pile of scrap metal. Right, enough of this nonsense. Get on with the search. The marked coordinates should be around here. Seeing that Dmitri has no desire to continue the discussion, Andres keeps quiet. The party walks deeper into the cave in silence, with only their footsteps echoing through the space. Aww, the radiation levels here. Mr. Dmitri, you and your subordinates had better make sure that your protective suits are properly sealed. What's wrong? The collapse radiation detector indicates that there is a sudden spike in the particle concentration in this area. The readings can fluctuate due to the lack of airflow within the cave, but the jump in this area is not normal. The cause could be non-natural? I'm afraid so. Dmitri, this could have something to do with the marked location. Yeah, let's check it out. There's only one path. Whatever it is should be directly ahead. You two stay here and stand by. If we're about to go beyond effective comms range, I'll tell you to move further in. Roger, sir. Dimitri glances at the numbers shown on the detector screen and pats the two soldiers on the shoulder. Watch yourselves. The party proceeds further into the cave. Fortunately, this tunnel does not lead very deep, and they see the end in less than 10 minutes. What's this? Collapse crystals? Dimitri peers at a cluster of green crystals in a corner about a dozen meters away. We are pretty close to the red zone, but the crystal cluster is still too big, no? You're right, an individual collapse crystal grown naturally in the yellow zone is usually no larger than 7 cubic centimeters. But this crystal is at least 15 cubic centimeters. Andres checks the radiation levels and wind speed again. It appears to have been for quite a while. It was the spread of eternal collapse particles that caused the abnormal radiations within the mine. Due to the lack of airflow in the mine, these particles have accumulated inside, resulting in this abnormal concentration curve. Andres, let's take a closer look. Cloak Eye shoots a glance at Dimitri, who also wants to inspect the crystal from up close. Your protective suit is of an old model and not completely fail-safe. You'd better stay where you are if you don't want to die. Then make sure you take a good look at it. Right. Pukai and Andres walk on. Meanwhile, Andres' voice comes through their level 2 connection. Mr. Dimitri seems to trust us a little now. That's just because he has no other choice. Andres, study this crystal cluster carefully. Collapse crystals are relatively stable and don't tend to explode, but still, best be careful. Sure. After handing out Andres' task, Kukai redirects her attention to the comms channel. Mechty, Belka, found anything on your end? Nothing so far. Well, keep going. This tunnel is pretty deep. Ouch! Mechty, you bumped into me. My night vision is a bit impaired, so bear with it. I'm getting pelted. I'm getting pelted during story time. Hello, ghost. At the end of the tunnel lies Tits. What's good? We're having inside the cave story time. Maybe I can turn off my noise thing so that there's a natural cave echo now. You walked right into me even though this tunnel is so wide and spacious. That's no accident. Hey, traffic accidents happen even on wide roads, let alone driving in the dark while being exhausted. Right, keep up the search. Contact me if you come across anything out of the ordinary. Lukai has had enough of their bickering and temporarily disconnects from the comms channel. She converses with Andres through their level 2 connection instead. Andres, anything? Based on the concentration of radiation particles inside this piece of collapse crystal, it has existed for about half a year. Half a year? You mean such a large crystal formed within the span of just half a year? That's impossible. Indeed. That's why I took a closer look at the surface where the crystal grew. Look at this, leader. Looking at where Andres is pointing, Lukai taps the side of the crystal lightly, and a very thin crack appears between the crystal and the layer of rock in the cave. This collapse crystal didn't form naturally? No, I'm afraid not. Generally speaking, naturally grown crystals have stronger surface adhesion, especially those that grow on rock strata, whose shape is affected by the shape of the rock strata itself. Alright, I think the ads are over, so we're currently learning about the collapse crystal growing on the wall. It's apparently artificially grown here. So that seems a little suspect. Maybe some Paradise activity? While this cluster here, rather than growing naturally, it's more like it was planted here. I believe so. It's quite dark in here, so it may not be very easy to tell. But the rock strata isn't just rock around the crystal. There's some cement mixed in. It's a crude method, but it is more or less effective in strengthening the adhesion. Andres frowns. Leader, could this have something to do with Paradise? Oh, look, they called it out. Everybody thinks it's Paradise. It's always them. To have done something so bizarre in this kind of place, it can only be Paradise. Could this also be some kind of totem? Like the strange rocks we found at the settlement? If it were a totem, it's too well hidden. This isn't exactly a suitable place to conduct a ritual, is it? In any case, log everything for now and send it over to Leva once the comms are restored. Got it? Alright, what are you two doing? Just squatting there? Other than the conversation you had with your other two teammates, you didn't make a single peep. Should we inform Mr. Dimitri of the situation? Don't reveal anything about Paradise. After severing the level 2 comms connection, Lukai walks several steps back to Dimitri and directly states the conclusion they have arrived at. The crystals here were artificially planted. Artificially? Yes. Also, this is what the other Survey Corps soldiers found, that I'm afraid the same goes for all the other locations marked on the drawing. Sicko! Whoever did this must be crazy! I cannot comment on the perpetrator's mental state, but at least this explains the high radiation levels in the area. The unusual symptoms displayed by the elite patients at the settlement and within the ranks of the Survey Corps definitely have something to do with our crystal planter. Leader, Mr. Dimitri, I have finished logging all the data and visual records of the crystal. However, I have discovered something else. There's more? Forgetting all about the dangers of collapse radiation, the impatient Dimitri ends up striding up to the crystal. Andres points at the rock strata that have been chipped off slightly at the base of the collapsed crystal. Beneath the gray rock, one can just make out a white metal outer shell wrapped around the bottom of the crystal. I was just trying to get a more accurate measurement of the size, but once I cut the rock open, I realized there's something even more startling down there. It seems to be some kind of device, but I doubt it's just for reinforcing the collapsed crystal. Can you dig it out completely? Not at the moment. Its base is very firmly embedded. To keep it intact, we'll need professional excavation tools. It's all very sus. We'll also need a container designed for storing collapsed crystals. It'd be dangerous to just bring it with us considering its size. Forget it. Save all the visual records and coordinates for now. We'll come back for it later with reinforcements. Now let's get back. This is a very important discovery. We must restore external comms ASAP and report our findings. Right. Andres, contact Mechty and Belka. If they still haven't found anything, tell them to head back. Oh, they're calling, maybe. Right on cue, her communicator starts beeping. The moment the line connects, a deafening howl can be heard through the channel. Oh, here's the boojum. What? Is my luck really that rotten or what? Why else would I run right into this guy? What's happening? Bad news, Fixes Kukai. The Boojum that we encountered before is hiding in this tunnel. I think it's badly hurt, but that only makes it even more enraged. What? We're gonna die! We're gonna die! We're gonna die! We're seriously gonna die this time! Kukai! If I don't make it back, don't you dare delete the anime I recorded back at the base! I'm gonna watch it once I get a new frame! What the crap? We're coming over right now. Hang on until we get there. Easy for you to say. It's in a pretty bad state, but we're no match for it even if it's 2 against 1. They're getting cooked right now. If you can't beat it, run. Isn't that your forte? Save your strength before we get to you. Focus on pinning it down and don't let it approach the cave entrance. We'll only consider a direct confrontation when all of us are there. That's an order. Make sure you comply. All right. I'll definitely survive long enough for Big Sis Kukai to come to my rescue. Mechty, pull yourself together now. Kukai terminates the call and looks at Dimitri. The Boojum from before is in a tunnel that Mechty and Belka are exploring. Andres and I have to go help them out or they won't last long. Ha! That's freaking hilarious! Having a meeting together, eh? Dimitri barks out a laugh and raises his communicator. This is First Sergeant Dimitri. Do you copy? The Boojum we encountered earlier has shown itself again. Remind the boys at the cave entrance to stay safe. All units prepare for battle. The 2 of you that I ordered to stand by will return to your position in roughly 7 minutes. Once you regroup, we'll head straight for the Boojum's location and engage it. After giving his orders, Dimitri checks how many rounds he has left in his weapon. You're coming too? Of course. Or should I wait for the Boojum to kill the others one by one, then leave the cave and continue to wreak havoc on the local settlements? Don't just stand there. Get a move on. I don't want to be dragging 2 piles of scrap metal on the way back. It's rough out here. Well, I guess we're gonna be getting into that fight now. Fight though. Fight though with the Boojum. I guess this team will work. I doubt he's gonna be that strong, all things considered. We're gonna go and take him out. He looks very grumpy. I don't think he's happy to be here. Alright, I kind of want to apply this here, so I'm gonna have to put Suomi in front. Oh, she's just gonna kill it. Okay. Whee! The Boojum gargles one last time and then it gives up the ghost. Its ravaged body slams into the rocky walls and slowly slides to the ground. As the corpse shifts, its outer shell peels off and faintly glittering pieces of metal fall from it. They clink crisply as they hit the floor. Dear Klukai, those are... Klukai gestures to Andres, indicating that she should stop speaking. Dimitri walks forward and picks up each of the metal pieces. He says nothing. Instead, he pulls out his combat knife and plunges it into the Bujum's soft, exposed innards. With each sawing stroke, he opens a bigger and bigger hole in the Bujum's body, causing nauseating slime and collapse crystals to ooze out. Wow, that's creepy! Is he trying to dismantle that Bujum? You know, like those heroes who kill dragons and eat their hearts or something? Ew, that's way too gross. Big says Klukai, I'm going to watch the perimeter. Let me know if anything comes up. Good heavens! He's reaching in there. Is he really going to pull out its heart? Stop narrating for him, Mechty! Suko! Stop standing around with your dicks in your hands and help me already, you two! He actually said it. He said the thing. Dimitri breaks the silence to call his men over, then speaks quickly to them. They help him enlarge the hole in the Bujum's side, and Dimitri half crawls into it. After feeling around for a bit, he emerges, covered in filth, and savagely wipes the ooze off his mask. Yeah, but that was fucking disgusting. I don't think even the abattoir back home smelled that bad. What were you looking for? What's an abattoir? I'm kind of curious. I haven't heard this one before. It's a slaughterhouse. Ah! Dimitri doesn't directly answer Klukai's question. Instead, he cleans off the items he found inside the Bujum. It is a glass box, roughly the size one would use to hold a ring, with small fragmented collapsed crystals on it. A ragged cloth stuck in the box. The part outside the box is unrecognizable. The only part of the fabric which retains its original color is the part near the seams. Looks like a URNC military flag. My guess is that it was used to wrap the dog tags and the box, but it's been corroded away. The Bujum's fluids seem to have gotten into the box too. I hope what's inside is okay. Dimitri opens the box and takes out a small chip and a miniature military sound recorder. The inadequate seal on the container means that they're covered in collapsed crystals too. He pays it no heed and wipes the recorder down before pressing the play button on it. Or crackle, 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 click, click. This is Warrant Officer Nikolai, Overall Commander of 1364th Platoon of 7th Environmental Survey Corps of the Neo-Soviet Union District Environmental Purification Project under the URNC Contamination Zone Management and Recovery Administration. We received orders from above to perform an environmental survey of this region. So it was The sound from the recorder is heavily garbled. A complex mix of emotions fills Dimitri's heart as he listens to the voice of his old friend in the recording. Thank you so much, Kuna, for the pets and hydration. I hope that you're enjoying the storytelling with me. I don't have much time. We fell victim to a planned ambush. Our comms gear and protective equipment were destroyed. The enemy, BMC, called Manji Security, and Nitos. Nitos? What? Nitos from Paradise? Wasn't Paradise wiped out long ago? Looks like they're still around, and they managed to get new helpers too. Looks like that job Manji Security had escorting medical shipments was just a cover for them to restock their arms and ammunition. It seems they were already planning to attack us since then. He's darts. So those bastards were lying in wait all this time. The recorder keeps playing. Nikolai doesn't sound like he's in good shape. His breathing is coming in rapid gasps. Mechty security. Far more complex than they appear on the surface. They're helping Paradise, planting collapsed crystals and carrying out experiments. We did everything we could to obtain their information stored on that ship. Okay, Ace, thank you so much for joining me tonight. I'm really glad to have you here, even if it was a lot of lurky. Get some nice rest then, and maybe, considering that I might not be able to finish all the story, you might be able to catch me on this next time. Goodbye. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. We made a simple list, the crystal positions and Mechty security's defensive layout, and tried to get our troops who could still fight to take it out. Most of us are affected by Elite. Our guys are suffering from sickness. We're almost out of ammo. We probably won't make it out of here. I wonder if all the dead dudes became part of the Boojum, and that's why their dog tags and the recorder are in there. They became the flesh pile. Dimitri's body tenses up from anger. He's silent, but anyone near him would be able to hear his teeth grinding. Leader, Mr. Dimitri doesn't seem well. Be quiet. Keep listening. The recording keeps playing, but the sound quality keeps getting worse. It seems Nikolai's body is reaching its limit too, because he's coughing non-stop. This is a warning. The purification work is under threat. The final aim of Anji security and the Nitos unclear. So we need to preserve this chip. For that reason, we'll fight to our last breath, even if we have to do it with our bare hands. Only by fighting back against the entire world without ever stopping can we take back everything we've lost. I once saw a report when collapsed epitheliums bloom. Nearby carbon-based life forms have a high chance of turning into Boojums. I hope it's correct. It might sound ridiculous, but this is the only way. So they did put it in the Boojum on purpose. So the Boojum was really important. It was full of the dead guys. That's kind of gross. I hope our reinforcements find this. Hope that the news in this ship will make it out. I wonder how desperate they had to be to literally hide all this stuff inside the Boojum, though. I guess they probably put it in the mass of Boojum, like, in near the beginning, when it was forming, and then they died. No, it doesn't matter who finds it. Anyone who finds us, please, Kill us! Please listen to our words as human, final words as human beings. Ah, so they did become part of the Bujum, didn't they? Ah. We are soldiers of the URNC Environmental Purification Projects Survey Corps. We have never once bowed our heads, nor will we ever. Beep. The recording ends. For a while, the darkened mind is silent. The men from the Survey Corps are well beyond anger at this point. Their eyes are wide and bloodshot. The dolls from 404 look at the corpse of the Bujum they just killed and recall the words spoken by the deceased. Nobody can confirm the true origins of the Bujum. Perhaps it was just a monster that cruelly devoured the remains of the previous unit. There is no doubt that in life, it was the toughest thing in this region, a veritable walking fortress. Andoris, can you read the chip's contents? It's a standard military issue, but its exterior is damaged, and I'm not sure if I can decrypt what's inside it. Mr. Dimitri, could I take a look at the chip? Dimitri glances at Andoris, then takes the chip out of the box and hands it over to her without a word. I can decrypt part of it, but we'll need a professional for the rest. Also, this chip is write protected, so we can't back up its contents or transmit them. Just show me the parts that you can decrypt. Of course, leader. Andri shares a portion of the data which she can decrypt of Klukai via a level 2 connection. Are these email logs? Birds of a feather flock together, as they say. What did you find? While the embers of rage are still smoldering in Dimitri's eyes, he seems to have calmed down. We found logs of emails exchanged between Manji Security and a company called Set Fabin. Sex ribbon? What? It would be easier to think of them as suppliers of the medical products you're using. However, right now they definitely don't look like an ordinary pharmaceutical company. Stop cock-teasing me and get to the point. In order to progress the regional purification work, the URNC has dispatched multiple teams deep into the yellow zones to conduct environmental surveys. However, their losses are severe and the data they sent back isn't very ideal. The causes of these casualties have been classified under sudden environmental factors, and the cases have been closed, right? Yeah, well, they were partially caused by human elements like the Variegers or organizations like Manji Security. They're responsible for fewer than 15% of our team losses. Well, that's the problem. You should probably see for yourself. Lukai asks Andoris to project the email logs. After quickly scanning through them, Dimitri's expression suddenly changes. Those people are fucking insane! They... After seeing Dimitri cursing out loud, the other two Survey Corps troopers move in to take a look. Wait, so Paradise and Manji Security are operating in areas other than this one? I've heard of this one, of one of the locations mentioned in these files. One of my buddies who went through boot camp with me was posted there, and then I never heard from him again. This is just part of their email logs. In all likelihood, there's more incriminating evidence of their secret activities in the parts we haven't decrypted yet. Also, while we're not sure how exactly these collapse crystals are being used, there's one thing we can be sure of from these emails. Yeah, Paradise has been killing all the Survey Corps. Paradeus is conducting human experimentation with collapse radiation, and those collapse crystals are used to adjust collapse radiation intensity. Their test subjects are, for the most part, deceived and brainwashed Unitates. Unitats. Sounds like a big project. And judging by Nikolai's paper, I take it they buried a ton of them. That's why they needed help from external armed personnel. A security PMC that usually operated in the green zones would draw a lot of attention if they sent people into the yellow zones over a long period of time. But if they were transporting goods or escorting research personnel on expeditions to gather samples, that would be the perfect cover. There's no way the URNC wouldn't have noticed personnel movements on that scale. I'm pretty sure they have people in the URNC and they have control over their policy to some extent. I need to get this info and evidence to my superiors and let them handle this. Every day these fuckers draw breath is another day that the world is in chaos. And I won't let the deaths of our comrades be in vain either. This chip has very strong write protection and has a self-destruct program built into it which will trigger if it is duplicated, among other things. Right now, all we can do is physically get the chip out of here. Yeah, I know. In any case, we'll be meeting up with our guys at the mine entrance. We need to head out ASAP. Andres hands Dimitri the chip. Dimitri returns it to the glass case with the utmost respect. He looks at the Bujum's body one last time without saying anything, then leaves without looking back. Dun dun dun! I like the effect of the darkness this has on Parity, I'm not gonna lie. She looks kinda good in this lighting. Like really shiny eyes and all that. Oh, seems like there's gonna be extra story left over again. They're making mud biscuits. Well, looks like we can do some of these for a little while to give ourselves a break on the yapping, so... I guess I'll do the little stages here on the side. I'm sure those emails are gonna be a huge breakthrough. I guess this team will work fine. Again, these guys aren't even difficult in the first place, so they're probably gonna get mowed down real fast. Well, there goes all three of them. And there's the two of them, I think. Besides this guy. Well, that would get rid of him. I can also do this too. Whee! Easy. This setup almost looks exactly the same. Looks like it's gonna be another easy clap moment. what? She can handle them. That does get rid of some of them, so that's neat. And then Kukai might be able to blow up all three of them here, so... Oh, super easy. Alright, those are the two here, so... Up next is more Yap, everybody. Big story, big story. 2 hours ago. Mom, we've transferred the activation permissions for the collapsed crystal catalyzers. Hold up, I need to chug some water. I think I know who is gonna be next. Oh, I'm so disappointed right now. Right. Lucifer studies the screen before her coldly, then begins entering a series of commands. All the catalyzers are warming up. Wait, are you seriously going to do that? Yes, I have a discretionary control over the activation, the number of activations, and when they will be activated. But it's too dangerous, given the number of crystals in the region. The radiation density is going to exceed 10,000 vibrions. Those are black zone levels. Our top priority is to recover the item and eliminate any witnesses. If we cannot recover the chip and eliminate the survey core in 404, by the time the deadline is reached, then this will be our fail-safe plan. Damn, this stuff is so important that she's planning to nuke the whole zone if she doesn't get it. Blue Sphere's response to the Mechty security officer is cold and aloof, as though this simple, savage, and insane plan is one that is reserved for when there is absolutely no choice. However, that is not the case. She silently studies the file in her neural cloud. It was written a long time ago, even before the very first catalyzer was installed. Its title is the Palahi Plan, named after the first picture humanity took of darkness. And now this darkness in the depths of space is about to descend upon the world. A radiation spike like that will draw the attention of the Oversight Department. We might be in danger too. Then make sure you succeed so that there's no need to activate this failsafe. She's just gonna blow them all up even without them doing anything. That's rough. You talk like it's so easy. I believe Sec Fabin should have told you that I am in command of this operation. If you will not obey orders, then I will have you replaced by someone who will. The plan will not be meaningfully impacted by the loss of one person. Also, your previous misjudgment led to us missing the best opportunity to wipe out the Survey Corps detachment in one fell swoop. You were also unable to recover the objective beforehand during your previous encounters with the Bujum. That Bujum moves fast and has a wide range. We pursued it for nearly 300 kilometers. The Mechty security officer feels a twinge of pain in his head as he thinks about the 2+ weeks he and his men have spent chasing the Bujum. It was as though the thing was intelligent, intentionally avoiding his forces and circling around them, but then it also destroyed everything it saw like a mindless beast. We also split off our forces to dismantle the base station and eliminate any Varyagers and bounty hunters we found, and then we also encountered the Survey Corps' reinforcements after that. They had a good commander with them. He could have taken us out. It doesn't matter. Set Fabin will not tolerate mistakes or the people who make them. Why you? Pardon me. After realizing how dangerous his position is, the Mechty security officer gives up on trying to defend himself. Have you found the targets yet? The Survey Corps and 404 are hiding in a disused Haldna salt mine. According to the reports from the team sent to pursue the Bujum, the wounded creature is probably hiding there too. If we can lock the area down, we can trap them in there and take them all out at once. How long will that take? 3 days at least. The interior of the Yahaldna mine is quite large, and we haven't surveyed it again after planting the collapse crystals there, so we don't know the interior layout well. Also, they could be anywhere inside there. We'll need time to find and kill them. That's too slow. Once the URNC Survey Corps reinforcements arrive, you will cease operations and leave ASAP. When that happens, this place will become a dead zone that even they won't be able to enter. By eliminating them, we will have more time to recover the mission objective. She's gonna press the nuke button. Or are you really going to use that plum? I might not have to. Tell me, if they were gathered up and I could find their location, how long would it take you to deal with them? Given the difference in our numbers and equipment, it would only take half a day. The Survey Corps was fairly under strength to begin with, and Nabujum is already heavily wounded. If we can find it, we can kill it quickly. The problem is those 4 dolls. We'd have eliminated the Survey Corps already during that battle if it wasn't for them. I will take care of those dolls. Focus on dealing with the Survey Corps and the Bujum. That works for me. How are you going to deal with those dolls? I have my ways. Secure the salt mine and its surroundings before I arrive. Every exit must be watched. She's going all serious mode, serious nuke button mode. Unless they attempt to escape, you are not to engage them without orders from me. Understood. Also, have you found the Survey Corps members who split off from the main body? Pretty much. Pretty much? I believe I already told you to get rid of them before I arrive. Blue Sphere isn't angry, but the coldness in her voice is more terrifying than mere anger. We found them all. It's just that there's one more squad that we haven't eliminated yet. I sent my guys over. Good, pick up the pace. Blue Sphere hangs up and then she picks up the call from Cocoon. Are you there yet? I'll reach there in another hour and a half. Good! I want to confirm something with you. The URNC reinforcements will arrive in around a day's time. Will you make it in time? At the moment, yes. However, I need to activate the Yahaldna mine's catalyzers. As for the other catalyzers, that will depend on the outcome of this operation. That's fine. The sword is in your hands, Blue Sphere. How to swing it is up to you. However... Cocoon pauses for a moment and her voice grows cold. If a gladiator does not win, she will incur the wrath of her sponsors. Also, don't forget that we've received explicit instructions. The evidence must be recovered for the mission to be considered complete. Just eliminating the personnel is nowhere near enough. Understood. In that case, all the best in your mission, Blue Sphere. I look forward to your triumphant return. When these two pop up, I sometimes have my mouse going on the menu to try muting them, but then I remember I'm not the one playing. What, you don't like Blue Sphere and Cocoon? Do you find them annoying? I'm just trying to play them accurately, you know? Cocoon's got that dandelion voice, and Blue Sphere's got that I'm bored as shit voice, so we gotta play off them. At least to make it sound similar to Japanese. I guess it's just their VAs that are annoying you. Dimitri and 404 return to the mine entrance where he shares what he's found with the other men. After hearing what happened to the deceased and about Manji Security's arrangement of Paradeus, just about everyone present is filled with anger. We can't die here! Yup, right now all of us have critical information. This information was won by the sweat and toil of our brothers, and they gave their lives to bring it to us, so we have to make sure we carry their voices out of this godforsaken place. And the people who killed them, who are harming this world even now, must be punished for what they've done. Damn straight! We'll show them! That's right! Just give the word, Sarge! What will we do now? Listen up, our upcoming operation is codenamed Smoke Signal. Ah, the hero music is playing. They're gonna be heroes. After this, we'll be breaking up into groups, then scattering. I've sent the details to your terminals. Proceed along the indicated routes. Taking bets on how poor Dimitri will die? Honestly, I'm kind of betting that he might make it out. Just because he's so important so far, but I don't know if the rest of his team is gonna make it out. I think the rest of them might get fucked. If just one of us gets out of here or finds a useful base station, we win. Don't worry about the people behind you. The path ahead will be much harder. Yes, Sergeant! I am proud to have served with men like you. Remember, everyone, achieve your mission with all your might. Despair not till your last breath. Don't let go of your lives or your beliefs. Yes, Sergeant! The men are fired up by Dimitri's speech and eagerly begin gearing up. Meanwhile, Dimitri heads over to 404. For once, he doesn't look annoyed or disdainful. Instead, he hands the box containing the chip and the recorder to Klukai. Take care of this, 404. I'll arrange for my best guys to go with you. Ah, he's not being a shithead towards them anymore. At least for now. You want us to hold on to this? Yeah, right now the Survey Corps is low on men and ammo. We won't be able to take those mangy bastards on in a straight fight. We'll need to find some way to ambush or surprise them. That's why I think giving the chip and recorder to you is the best course of action. Lukai hesitates for a moment, then accepts the box. Understood. This place is heavily irradiated, and a collapse storm could occur at any time. Plus, those fuckers are bound to launch an attack. So, and I'm saying if, Dimitri lowers his voice. If the guys with you get hurt or killed, or if they stay behind to cover your escape, don't worry too much about them. Get the chip out of here. That's your top priority. You mean you're not going with us, Mr. Dimitri? Me? Hell no. I gotta lead my boys to victory, right? I mean, there's no point in the boss being on the battlefield if he doesn't do shit. But you have no chance of winning. Klukai? You didn't have to be so... Dimitri doesn't flare up like usual upon hearing Klukai's flat denial. Instead, he laughs. He might be dead. Like I said, you tin cans don't know shit. You think humans are dumbasses that only listen to what they want to hear? What do you mean? All of us here, down to the Sagas who just enlisted, we all know the odds of making it out alive are slim. Hell, even if the reinforcements from the Survey Corps show up right now, we won't be able to contact them to get help either. I'm pretty damn sure those mangy cunts are jamming your signals. And nobody knows how many of our boys who went out to set up base stations are still alive either. Wow, he's getting really zesty in here. I'm kind of glad that Girls Frontline is rated M by default. So yeah, rather than hope we find a base station or that we can make it out into the open to contact the brass, I'd rather place my bets on your team while we do our best to ease the pressure. If you make it out, it'll be worth it. If we survive, that's the cherry on top. Remember, if you get that chip out, we win. But you're really going to die, you know? It's not like with dolls. Shit, you think we don't want to live? But you know what? When the time comes, we'll make our deaths count. None of us is going to back down from that. The important thing is that when we die, it won't be a joke those fuckers will share over tea and biscuits. Oh, what the hell are you grinding your gears about? I guess tin cans will be tin cans after all. Not like it do you any good to understand it anyway. Just follow your orders and get the chip out. Don't worry about what happens to us. Got it. After St. Klukai put the box away, Dmitri nods in satisfaction and heads back to his men. Listen up, we move out in half an hour. Failure is not an option for this mission. Got that? Yes, Sergeant! Beep 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 beep. As the soldiers shout their ascent, a deafening alarm fills the air and every men's collapse radiation detector glows with an ominous red light. Radiation levels rising rapidly. Beesnuts! What the fuck is it now? Everyone, check the seals on your suits. Given the movement of the collapse particles, over 90% of them are coming from inside the mine. Dmitri, you need to get out of here now. Yeah. Now hear this. Operation Smoke Signal begins now. All groups move as planned. Keep regional comms clear, and once you leave the comms range, group leaders are in charge. Yes, Sergeant! 404 is the core team. You leave within 10 minutes. Make sure you keep the chip safe, 404. Of course we will. However, just as everyone finishes their gear checks and prepares to leave, shadows in the night pour in and surround them. Their twisted bodies and savage maws are made even more fearsome by the encirclement. Where did all these humans come from? They were probably drawn here by the high levels of collapse radiation. Dmitri, take your men and pull back so you can support us. 404, prepare for battle and get ready to intercept those elids. Uh-oh, it's chaos in here. All right. Macrophage spawner. I guess it's gonna make a nice big elid over there. A nice and big one. Nice big one. Okie dokie, let's pop them. I remember when the first half of the event, Dimitri was a toxic asshole. Well, he still kinda is one. Just slightly less than before. Alright, Diane, you got this. Easy clap. Four and the Survey Corps put up valiant resistance, but in the end they are forced to beat a fighting retreat into the depths of the mine. Thanks to 404's supporting fire, the Elids in the mine tunnels are temporarily cleared away, but they can still hear the howling of Elid hordes some distance away. They take advantage of this brief respite to rest and reload. Is this an Elid factory or something? The spawn rate is way too high. They just keep coming, big and small, in one continuous wave. My guess is the nearby Elids are all drawn in. We may have cleared out the ones around here, but judging by their audio signatures, there are many Elids near the mine entrance, so we can't escape that way. But if we continue staying here, we'll have to contend with the rising radiation levels inside the mine tunnels. What's the collapsed particle situation like? Their spread rate is influenced by the wind and it's continuing at its original rate. The strange thing is the radiation intensity isn't dropping with spread distance, which means the total amount of radiation is increasing. Increasing? No way! Are the collapsed particles generating themselves or something? Leader Klukai. Andres does not use her vocalizer modules for this. Instead, she requests communication of Klukai on level 2. She looks worriedly at the nearby soldiers from the Survey Corps. They've lost even more people during the fighting just now. After realizing what Andres has in mind, Klukai switches to level 2 comms as well. What's wrong? Their protective suits have been compromised during the fighting just now, and we don't have enough material to patch or replace any breaches in the seals. If the radiation intensity keeps going up, they might have a hard time going on. Got it. How much longer till radiation intensity reaches critical values? If the curves for spread rate and intensity uptick remain constant, about 2 hours. Take the 2 of them and keep watch nearby. Get as much information on the surrounding conditions as possible, and thin out the number of Elids nearby. Will do. After ending the transmission, Klukai heads over to the Survey Corps troopers. Most of them are hurt. Their blood and the mud from their journey have mixed and dulled to a dark brown which stains their ragged protective suits. Dimitri, who stands at their head, has just finished encouraging his men. He is sitting against the rock wall and the soldiers he spoke to earlier are gone. Dimitri, you. Everyone who is alive is fine. Everyone who's dead won't have any more problems. The radiation levels are rising. We can't stay here for long. I know that. Give my Bratva some time to catch their breath. He pauses and then his gaze settles on the radiation sensor Klukai is holding. How much time do we have left? 2 hours. Right, 2 hours. Dimitri falls silent. He looks at his men sitting in a group and he seems to be thinking about something. Perhaps he's running low on stamina, but his clenched fist is trembling slightly. However, he's doing his best to keep his face calm and steady. Suddenly, there is a violent shaking. Salt particles from the rock wall scatter like powdery snow. Dmitri stops talking and springs to his feet from where he's leaning against the tunnel wall. Was that an earthquake? Not far away, Andrix, who's been assigned to sentry duty, runs back while trying to keep her balance. Uh-oh. More pressure. Leader Klukai, there was an explosion! An explosion? What happened? I'm not sure of the exact reason, but part of those pipes on the walls, the ones built to supply the sanatorium with natural gas, appear to have ruptured. It is very likely that the pipes in other areas contain compressed gas that wasn't cleared. The elites broke the pipes, causing the gas to leak, which led to an explosion. A gas leak? A single explosion couldn't have created an impact like that. True, perhaps there are multiple explosions at once. We'll need to investigate the blast site to learn the exact reason. It never rains, but it damn well pours, doesn't it? Andres approaches the two of them and glances at her sensor. Well, it's not entirely bad, Mr. Dmitri. Do you even know the situation right now? I'm not in the mood for jokes. This is no joke. Andres projects the data from the sensor. The wind speed within the tunnels has slowed down, possibly because the explosions triggered a collapse inside them. As a result, the collapse particles' rate of spread has slowed considerably. This way, we'll have more time to clear the elites before we leave. Of course, we'll need to think of a way to patch up your suits first. Hey, something good kind of happened, I guess. Also, I think welcome back from the ads. Right now, we're in a situation where an explosion just happened because of a gas leak. But somehow it turned into a benefit because now they have more time before the radiation murders them all. The truth is, I was just thinking, this sanatorium inside the Yahotna salt mines must have been flourishing once. In addition, Paradise's unitates were active in this region. Perhaps there were some supplies left behind. Dmitri realizes he was wrong about Andres and licks his lower lip awkwardly before clearing his throat. You're right. What I meant to say was, you dolls are always able to analyze things so clearly regardless of the current situation. Well, that's because we're machines that can only run on algorithms after all. Thank you for the hydrate, Kuno. Yay, the packs too, let's go, combo! Dmitri sighs in relief after hearing the good news. He scratches his head in embarrassment and his spirits seem to have lifted a little. So, next up, we should go investigate what's going on in the tunnels and come up with the next step of the plan while looking for usable supplies. That's right. However, the radiation levels in the tunnel are still very high, and certain regions might exceed your suit tolerances. In contrast, while we dolls do face a certain degree of risk from high radiation levels, we can still move freely until the radiation intensity reaches 10,000 vibrians. Lukai doesn't directly state her desired conclusion, but Dmitri looks away and lowers his voice. We'll stay here. You can handle the scouting. The elids in the tunnels haven't been cleared yet. Should I station a doll here to help out? Also, welcome back. The ads just were a little bit delayed. In this case, the dolls are thinking about scouting ahead since it might be an unsafe radiation level. They're talking about that with Dmitri. No, it's only your suits which are damaged. Besides, we've got our guns and our bayonets. We can hold out for a bit. Alright. Andres, contact Belka and Mechty. Get them to gather up. We'll be exploring the tunnels. Roger! Alright, we got another big story time event popping up. Not even any levels or not even any enemies or something. Story time, story time. This is my favorite visual novel. It's my new book. Hold on for a minute. I'm almost done eating my grapes, so I'm just gonna finish them. Alright, all good. Let's take a peep. 404 leaves. Dimitri rubs his forehead and glances over at his surviving men, who are huddled together and discussing something quietly. There is barely concealed worry and fear in their eyes. Chins up, lads. Would be a disgrace if we humans gave up before dolls, yeah? We need to live for the sake of our fallen bratva. Their families are waiting for news, and we need to take care of them too. Sarge, actually, we... Hey, hold on a minute. Look, guys, it's a signal, it's a signal. The trooper holding his terminal is so delighted that his voice is trembling and he's on the verge of tears. He eagerly points to the monitor on his communicator. I was just thinking, maybe we could go check? The guys who went to set up the base station might still be alive, so... We're saved! We're saved, aren't we? The troopers seem to have been driven nearly mad by the possibility of survival. They all crowd around, seemingly forgetting that they have terminals of their own. No, that's not right. The signal isn't on our line, is it? Who the fuck cares? If there's a signal, it means we can contact the outside world. Didn't the Sarge say that the backup would be arriving soon? Once we meet up with them, we won't need to fear Manji or Paradeus or whatever. Calm down. This might be an enemy trap. Will be revealed if you respond and establish a two-way communication link. But we can't just give up on that, right? I haven't seen my boy in half a year, Sarge. Just as Dimitri is torn between what to do next, the terminal which received the signal picks up an unfamiliar comms request. 5 seconds pass with the request to pick up is still going. The monotonous dial tone echoes in the cavern, while the communication terminal's notification light keeps flashing. After thinking for a moment, Dimitri presses a few buttons on the terminal and silently shares the transmission to 404 through the regional comms frequency. After that, he hits the accept button. The communication link is successfully established and an inorganic voice speaks over the line. Greetings, First Sergeant Dimitri. No, it's the bad guys. No! Who's this? Dimitri hears a beep indicating that the transmission has been successfully shared to 404. I am the doll in command of the Manji Security Detachment. You may address me as Blue Sphere. Dimitri's face twists into savagery as he hears the other person identify herself. He takes a deep breath, trying to speak as calmly as possible. I want to hear his anger noise, actually. What the hell do you want? I would like to request your surrender. Sicko! I can't say all that Russian, but I see the sicko bled. I believe you should calm yourself, First Sergeant Dimitri. Arguing will only waste time, which is something you do not have. In addition, Blue Sphere pauses for a moment. Well, it's in Russian, but there's a blatant dog on it. The network you are currently using is under my control. Your communications are severely restricted and only effective within a limited range. I have just detected an attempt to jam this transmission and intercepted an attempt from 404 to call for help. I trust this will be the last time you attempt such actions. Isn't that right, First Sergeant Dimitri, who has shared this call with 404 and a doll imprinted to the 416 firearm, who attempted the call for help? Unless, of course, you want the radiation levels to rise more quickly. So all this was your doing. I had hoped to deal with you in a more simple manner. That was merely because I had no other choice. In truth, the actions you took have exceeded my expectations and caused no small amount of disruption to the progress of my mission. Therefore, I was hoping we could make things easier for all of us.
Easier? Who the fuck do you think you're kidding? You better hide and pray I don't find your worthless ass!
A head-on encounter is the worst-case scenario which your side needs to avoid at all costs. If things come to that, I am absolutely certain I can eliminate all of you. The entrances to the mines have also been demolished. You have nowhere to run. You blew them up? Given the circumstances, that would only serve to waste ammunition and supplies. Like I said, I would like the situation to be resolved quickly and expediently, yet you are constantly creating new complications for me. I dislike the unexpected, and so do my employers.
Get to the fucking point and stop shrieking to the sound of your own voice!
Holy shit! Dimitri, calm the fuck down! Slicking. Where's your chill, man? Who wrote this? Slick. Every time I read his dialogue, it gets more unhinged. I believe I have made my objective very clear. I will repeat myself. I would like you to surrender. The tracer we planted on the Boojum has been destroyed. Since you are still alive, I take it you have already killed it. Still, that is not important. I want what you have. If you hand over the chip and the recording device, you may state your terms.
Fuck off and dream of electric sheep! I've got the evidence of all your crimes right here. Like hell, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Dimitri, former warrant officer of the NSU Armed Forces. In 2064, when General Carter's NSU hardliners lost power, as a member of said hardliners, you were transferred to the Southern Military District. In 2067, you were transferred to Purification Zone W, score 2067, score 0341, as part of the 775th Railway Defense Forces. In 2068, you were demoted to First Sergeant for retaining confiscated property without permission.
What are you getting at?
I have briefly summarized your background. You are a much more intelligent man in contrast to your comrade, Nikolai. If you agree to my request, I can spare you, and I can guarantee the survival of your men. While your communications and personal freedom will be curtailed to some extent, it is preferable to death. Humans only have one life. I hope you will cherish yours. The hand Dimitri is holding the terminal with trembles. Please give me your answer within 10 minutes. The same applies to Hyde 404. Death is not a concern for us. Your terms are invalid. We are willing to compensate you handsomely if you will amend the terms of your commission. To my knowledge, while you are unregistered dolls affiliated with the non-fall, you are fundamentally mercenaries who work for money. My employer can match your client's price, provided you surrender to us and accept the deletion of your neural cloud logs corresponding to this time period. I don't think they are going to be willing to do that. I feel like they've been way too principled so far. Please give me a concrete answer. A reply in the affirmative will constitute acceptance of cooperation. Even though you are only second-generation dolls, you are still dolls, and as such you should not be swayed by your emotions. I hope you will make an accurate assessment of the facts and make the logical choice. Your intelligence is not accurate. What? Rules and Regulations for High 404 Members Commissions, Article 1. Unless a commission is cancelled or the client violates the term of the commission, no mission in progress may be aborted under any circumstances. Rules are made to be followed. Nobody can break them. This includes me as squad leader. And besides... Lukai pauses for a moment. Her tone becomes more forceful. As an elite doll, I am sick and tired of listening to a tin can like you, who only knows how to follow orders. Oh, get dunked on. Get dunked on. Bluesphere clearly did not expect this response from Klukai because the channel goes silent. Good. God damn! This is the first time I've actually been happy to hear something from a doll. Yeah, Klukai really borrowed some of those lines from Dimitri over here. He's having a jolly old time. Now then, Blink Balls or whatever the fuck your name is, listen up. You're right, we only have one life. But how we live it and where we live it is up to us. So if you want my life, you can come and take it. But here's the thing, you can't do that right now, can you? Damn, we really got a bot at this pivotal moment. Alright, bud. Oh, bye-bye. I have the fullest confidence of doing so. If you do, then why blow the mine entrances? Wouldn't sending your bully boys in to take us out be easier? The way I see it, there are only a couple of reasons why you do things that way. One, you don't actually have that much in the way of firepower, and you don't have that much control over the collapsed particles, which means everything you just said was a bluff. Two, you're stalling for time because you're too far from our little cave. Perhaps you're waiting for the right moment or something. And as I recall, those mangy mutts of yours didn't have any tin cans with them when we fought them earlier. And you want to bluff on an empty hand with me? I'll quit! I was hustling when you were still a fucking screw in the toolbox, Tsuka! What a shame, First Sergeant Dimitri. I was under the impression that you were an intelligent man. Still, I look forward to meeting you later. The transmission ends and the signal cuts off shortly after. In her vehicle, Bluesphere checks the call duration. Have you found them? Yes, I got their rough location locked down. Reallocate your men and focus your firepower. Do not move your sentries from each mine entrance. This includes the ones who have already been blasted shut. The particles within the collapse crystals inside the tunnel complex have already been fully released. Since the radiation intensity won't go up too much anytime soon, don't you think they'll try to reposition if they get the chance? Blue sphere, more like blue ball. Get dunked on! I mean, that's why he called her bleat balls. She's been completely and fully dunked on. She's got nothing. She has no riz. El Riz Bozo from Ohio. Their remaining supplies will not allow them to attempt large movements. The elites remaining in the tunnels will constitute a major threat to them. I will arrive in about 1 hour. Do not make any mistakes until then.
Understood.
Get dunked on. Oh hey, I got the tickets because the day refreshed. We're on that reset grind set. You know, Dimitri has become extremely based. Like, wow, how is he so cool? He went from being just kind of a dick to I got more balls than all of you guys. I got more balls than blue balls. Sickablit. That was actually real good. That was zesty. We owe him one. He's a real OG. Oh yeah, I got a pull thing. I don't usually get something nice like that from there. Anyway, I think I'm gonna do one more story thing and then probably call it a day on the story stuff. So let's take a look at it. "404 heads over to the entrance they used to enter the mine. As expected, it's been blasted shut. Big six! Cleaning the rocks away, but there are too many of them and they're too big. I don't think we can get rid of them. Andres, can you use your big gun to clear us a path?" "Hi, Lorraine. You're new to this game. Where should you spend your standard summons first?" Well, I mean, if you mean like the banner that's there all the time, you get to pick which unit you want to pull for. I feel like most of the time people prefer pulling for Kyongju or Tololo, because they're both really strong at wiping bosses. But also, it kind of depends on what doll team you're interested in making in terms of elements, because Peritia's in there too, and she's really good for the current characters coming out, which are all based around corrosion. Since Kukai is corrosion and Mechty is corrosion, and Mechty's in the banner now, there's been a lot of focus on getting Peritia. Although I wouldn't say there's any really bad units in the standard one. The worst one is probably Mosin Nagant. She's not terrible, but she doesn't really have any team she can match up with because there aren't any other Electro units. So that's kind of awkward for her. This is kind of a spoilery story segment, so I apologize if that's not something that you want to see right now. Although you may not really have a full context to get spoiled anyway. As for right now, the current units that are like the limited time banners are Mechty and Dian. And Mechty is only really solid on the corrosion team. So if you want to go for a more general use doll that is useful on multiple teams, maybe you want to pull for Dian instead. But honestly, that's kind of your call on that, because you could probably make Mechty work by borrowing units from other people in support. Also, if you still need a platoon, I'm actually running one, and we're pretty active, so any units that you see here can be potentially used from the platoon support if you decide you want to join something like that. You can type in !platoon for an easy ID code so you can check it out. We're all trying to work together and get really big scores. So yeah, thank you for joining us today. Yeah, those are my opinions on the current banner dolls. Personally, my favorite is Kyungju because she's really busted when it comes to support attacks, and she can shoot multiple times a turn because of that. So I prefer getting her from the standard banner. But there are other options in there if you want to have another team. Also, Tolo partners up really well with her too. So those two are usually pulled for together. And a general consensus is that you probably want to work more on getting duplicates of the characters than you want to get their weapons. Especially because the standard character weapons can be purchased. As for the ones that are in the limited banners, you can't buy their weapons after the banners run out. But usually they work okay with generic weapons from the standard units that you can buy. So, if you do want to use your crystals on something specific, probably want to get several dupes of a character that you like. Because the weapon doesn't matter as much. Although it does tend to look nice and shiny if you manage to pull it. So yeah, that's what I think about it. Alright, let's get back into it. Andres, can you use your big gun to clear us a path? Andres doesn't respond eagerly to Klukai like she usually does. However, she doesn't seem to have blue screened either. Clearly she's distracted by something. Andres. Is something the matter, Leader Klukai? Did you notice something? If you're having trouble processing it, you can transfer the information and your progress to me. No, I feel a little uneasy. It's about that transmission just now, as well as the condition of the Survey Corps troopers. They'll be fine for now. As for Blue Sphere, she just said that she'd much rather take the chip and record it directly. So we need to investigate our surroundings, replenish our supplies, and come up with a plan to hold her off and counterattack. We don't know how strong she is, but 404 needs to be ready to fight her. No, I mean, I'm worried about the effect Blue Sphere's words might have had on the troopers. Effect? Are you talking about Blue Sphere's terms? Dimitri and I have already rejected them. We will not be cooperating with them under any circumstances. I understand, but leader, I've met a lot of humans in the green zone and humans aren't like us. They might sell us out. I believe in Mr. Dimitri, and I believe that the troopers have wept and bled for their fallen friends. But everyone has their weak sides, and if they feel uneasy about this, it might spread. They might crack under it. They might crack under the weight. I don't know what Blue Sphere's aim is. But for the troopers, the terms she stated while trying to negotiate with us must have felt like a lifeline thrown out to a drowning man in a storm. You've got a point. They were always trying to take the easy way out before this. And now that an alternative's shown itself, a single person giving in to his weakness might lead to everyone turning traitors. We should be careful, Big Sis Klukai. We will truly be finished if they pretend to be putting up a fight while they're secretly working a Blue Sphere. Mechty picks this moment to yawn to the point of tears beating up at the corners of her eyes, and then she reaches up to rub them clean. How can you even be sleepy at a time like this? But I'm tired. This mission is so tiring. Don't worry about that for now. We have the chip in the recorder, so no matter what the Survey Corps decides to do, it won't affect our current mission. Fukai looks around. Bioka, set up an alarm here in case Manji tries to assault through here. Don't use a network alarm the moment it picks up motion. Have it make as much noise as possible. We'll keep exploring the area. Considering what Blue Sphere said just now, they're going to move in soon. All we can do until then is learn as much about the tunnels as we can. Alright, Marty, good nighty Dan, good EP. Thank you so much for joining story time. I hope you had a good time with us today. And I guess I'll see you again later. Good nighty. Coral 4 searches around the location of the mine sanatorium while keeping track of the time and their distance from the Survey Corps. They check in at them at regular intervals to share what they've learned. We've been searching for almost 2 hours, right? There's pretty much nothing here. I figured they went around clearing out all the assets in the sanatorium when they went bankrupt. So everything useful and valuable was probably taken away long ago. Looks like all that effort was for nothing. Yeah, actually I was planning on finishing up with this part of the story and then playing the board game and then finishing up the stream. Just because I think it'd be kind of chill to end at the board game part. And then we could talk about the story during there, so... I'm not going to be finishing all of it today. It's pretty long. It feels like it's longer than average, so... I'm probably going to have to return to it in another session. It wasn't entirely fruitless. Andres pats a pipe beside her. These pipes still have some natural gas in them. It sells for a lot in the white zones. What is it even used for anyway? Are we going to have the Survey Corps guys take a hot bath? And besides, according to our sensors, there's only a little left inside. The main storage tanks have already been emptied out, so if we try to sell this data to white zone gas companies, they'll probably turn their noses up at us. But we're actually really lucky, aren't we? Natural gas is explosive, right? And since these pipes are so old, they should be pretty leaky too, right? But they're all fine even after we fought that Boojum and those Elids and all. Honestly, these humans are such morons. Everything was running fine, but they didn't even bother to check the pipes before they left. Now there's all that dangerous gas in there. You just have to sniff to tell that there aren't any leaks. That's not necessarily true. Natural gas only has a smell when an odorant is added to it. It's colorless and odorless in of itself. Nowadays, they don't use natural gas in yellow zones, so most people in Thalls don't have anything to detect it with. That makes it fairly dangerous. Hi, MKRL, thanks for raiding in. How you doing? I'll go ahead and give you a shout out right now. You having a grand old time? I am in the middle of the story, so it might be a bit spoilery. Hope you don't mind that. But yeah, we're just hanging out. Hi, Mike Helsing. We're having some yaps, and Dimitri is cursing everybody out. It's great. He is unhinged. Way to go, Dimitri. They unleashed this beast man out in here. Still, you don't have to worry. Natural gas only becomes explosive once it reaches a certain concentration. Considering the size of this place and the amount of stored gas, there is pretty much no chance of an explosion. Aw, really? Andres, we should just call you Andrespedia or something. How was your Monster Hunter Wild stream? Was that what you were up to the whole time? A lot of people are super into that game, so I'm optimistic that you probably had a great session. Oh yeah, maybe the Great Library of Andres, like in those isekai series. Green Zone satellite cities make heavy use of natural gas, so the handbooks for cafeteria employees have detailed rules and regulations for working of gas. That's how I knew. Oh, I wonder if she was working in a cafeteria a long time ago. That's kind of crazy to think about how she ended up here. Right, that's enough talk about trivia that's irrelevant to the mission. Everyone stay alert and carry on. You were also playing GFL 2 earlier? Were you also working on this stuff? Upon reaching a fork in the road, Andres suddenly comes to a halt. Hang on, leader! I found something! Ubers were getting butthurt? What do you mean? Ubers? What happened? What is it? I've been monitoring collapse radiation intensity all this time, and the levels in this area are lower than in other places. Could it be that the collapse particles haven't spread here yet? Andres, run a simulation on collapse particle spread rate with the wind speed factored in at 5-minute intervals. Yeah, you bum rushed part 1. So, what's so upsetting about that? Have they not done it before? There's been a lot of time to read that part. Will do, leader. Oh, calculating. Leader, I have the results. Particle density here is fairly low, while their velocity is quite high. And they are all moving in a similar direction. Your coworker is getting butthurt cause bad at the game? Sounds like skill issue. Maybe they'll be able to figure it out. Found it at last. Aw, what did you find? An exit. If the particles are moving fast, there must be wind. And since wind doesn't occur naturally in a mine, there must be some opening to the outside nearby that's letting it in. Wow, I see. Meh. You must have learned it from an anime or something. I'll find the exit right now. Just wait for the good news, Big Sis Klukai. With that, Bielko runs off into the passage on the left. We didn't even tell her which way the wind was coming from. Don't worry. Bielko just happens to be going the right way. The words "listen to instructions" have never managed to take root in that head of hers. Lukai shakes her head and continues into the left-hand passage. Andres, head back to the previous fork and relay what you've learned to the Survey Corps. Then meet up with us when you're done. Mechty, pick up the pace. We need to catch up to Bielka. There are quite a lot of elites here. It'll be dangerous for her if she's alone. Oh, did Bielka get in trouble? That sounds like something she'd do. Oh, I guess there's just no context. We're just gonna have to blow them all up. Works for me. Works for me, dog. Works for me. I don't really know who I want to, if I want to bring a support for anybody here. I guess we could try Ace's crazy Klukai right now. But, hi, extra house. How you doing? We are gonna blast them. We're gonna blast the fuck out of them. You're getting nuked. Oh, she got the fit. She got the fit and everything. I also have this fit, obviously, but still. I actually put it on the other one because I kind of like the sportiness and the sneakers on it, so... Not like this one is bad, though. This is pretty good. Oh, they're also getting blasted. I wouldn't really call that a battle skirt. There's like nothing on the skirt. I don't know if you noticed, but she just kind of has her cheeks hanging out. Like, can we really call this a skirt? Doesn't even cover her ass. That is not a skirt. Those are just little ruffles on the side. On a bodysuit. Yeah, those are just the little frills. She really just got nothing on there. No battle skirt, 0 out of 10. This is her standard outfit. She got gamer sneakers and everything. I kind of like it. Belka runs so fast. She's gone in the blink of an eye. It's so dark inside. She's got some guts. Stop talking nonsense and keep up. Oh, more story. I knew it. Thanks for saving me, big sis. There were so many elites here that I thought I'd never see you again. If you run off by yourself again, you can save yourself. But I just wanted to help you, big sis. What? It's my fault now? The situation now is dangerous. Any mistakes could be fatal for all of us. Wait, I won't do it again. She's a dumbass. She gets the dumbass voice. I'm sorry, big sis. Forgive me, please. After seeing that Bielka seems sufficiently contrite, Klukai decides to drop the subject. A short distance away, Andres is running toward the group after passing on her findings to the survey corps. Andres, any changes in wind speed? Yes, I've been monitoring the wind speed data. The further in we go, the higher it gets, so I'm confident we'll find the exit soon. Good, keep going. At last, 404 reaches the end of the mine tunnel. What the heck is this? No way! The tunnel entrance before them has almost been blocked off by rocks, but a wooden beam has fallen to deflect the fallen stones in such a way that there is an irregular hole roughly 30 centimeters wide on the lower left side of the entrance. There is no light coming in through the hole, probably because it's quite a distance to the outside, but they can hear the cold night wind of the yellow zone blowing through it. Well, there's no way anyone's getting through that. Not even a midget like Mechty could do it. The pathetic, quivering voice is so perfect. Boundaries. Scan the thickness of the surrounding rocks. Assess the loading of the surrounding rocks and support beams, then see if your big gun can punch through them. My favorite dummy. Dummy dum dum dum. Understood. Andres performs some click measurements. Leader, I estimate I should be able to enlarge the hole to around 50 centimeters or 1 meter wide. That'll do. Also, given the crystallization on the surrounding rocks, this collapse was not caused by a demolition just now, but by something that took place a long time ago. I see. Lukai looks down and thinks. That means there is a high chance this place is a blind spot in Mechty Security's defense layout. If we can make this breach 1 meter wide, it'll allow us in Survey Corps to escape through it. Well, that's probably isn't the right time for this, but my backup battery only has enough charge to just barely start up that big gun. It's definitely not enough for an attack, not even one. That thing gulps down way too much power. Like, it's eaten up almost half my charge on this mission so far. It must have been hard on you, Mechty. Well, I'm not exactly complaining about it here. But I do need to get the air to improve its efficiency a little. You'll need to meet him first in order to do that. Andres, head back to the fork and update them. Everyone else, stand by. The Mechty voice is kind of good too. Polka is such a wide range. She's kind of challenging to do, so I don't know if she always sounds good. But I just kind of go, fuck it, we ball, and try to match the voice actress by a little bit. I kind of like to think of super duper dork sleeper voice who's too tired for the shit at the same time. Too tired for everything. The tired. Oh, we've actually managed to get to 50% of the story. By the way, for if you're curious about the if you're curious about the Klukai outfit, I got that fit. This is her standard fit. Check out the gamer shoes. Look at these gamer shoes. I love the gamer shoes. I can't let them go. And then this is the other fit. The spicy fit. Which doesn't come with gamer shoes. Instead it comes with her showing off her cake. And yeah, that's not really a skirt. They're just frills. She's showing a lot off right now. She got skin. It's a pretty good fit on her though. I was tricked. This one doesn't have a skirt either. It's one that I don't have. It's kind of expensive. So I don't know if I don't think I'm gonna be getting it. And sadly, it doesn't have gamer shoes either. Although it's not really the worst look, it's kind of good. I just like this one. I like how casual it is. Yeah, exactly. It's not gamer enough. Even though she probably doesn't even play that many video games. It's just not gamer enough. Anyway, let's try out this board game, and then I think I'm gonna be calling the stream to an end. been doing a lot of different voices already, so my voice might be getting tired out soon as well. But I feel like playing this one more time because it's pretty neat. And I like the music. For anyone who has been keeping up with the story, let me know what you think of it. Honestly, Dimitri's kind of carrying it right now. He's just so badass that I kind of want to see him screaming more Russian obscenities at idiots. What a Chad. He is a Chad. Also, you like the color pops in the casual outfit? Same. The other ones kind of don't make her stand out as much. But they're still good, and at least the last one really feels like a kind of stealthy outfit due to the colors. Alright, let's see. Dang, all these buildings I'm building are actually making me go into second place now. But that's a really good amount of coins, so I might make it back into first soon. Is this Monopoly? It really feels like they based this game off of Monopoly. So yeah, it's not the same though, but it's kind of interesting. It's a lot more developed than the previous version of the event board game. So I've been enjoying it a little bit more. I kind of feel bad that the AI doesn't get to use any power-ups. It's like I'm essentially way more busted than they ever will be. Gotta buy the funny JoJo cards. Yeah, they're all... They weren't... They didn't used to be named like that, but now they're all named after tarot cards. It's interesting. Hey, I got a good fortune. Nice. Can't believe they made a whole bunch of cards based on JoJo stands. Real. I use JoJo really. JoJo's really is that all-encompassing. I want to buy her thing. I'm gonna steal it. When you land on the opponent's one, you can buy it if you want. Oh, she keeps losing the clash with me. It feels bad for her. Not again. I keep rolling the lowest one there. Steal it! Yeah, we're gonna steal all her things. Gonna make her regret ever playing with me. Zawarudo. Zawarudo. No, I got the worst one. Oh well. At least I get a good fortune off of it. Oh, she really likes pioneer camps. Polka RNG curse strikes again. Yeah, but I'm still winning overwhelmingly, so I feel like it probably doesn't matter. No, I keep hitting the worst one. Well, I'm still winning. I'm the winner. I win. I win everything. And I'm gonna take her thing just for good measure. No, how could you? Yay! I win! I like this mode, it's chill. You just got vibes, you know? Yeah, only I'm allowed to do the stealing, not the AI. The dolls can't steal from me, I'm the commander. I got those rights. But yeah, I think this will be the ending of today's stream. My voice is getting tired. I probably need to take a break for now from reading. I've been doing a whole lot of voice reading for over 6 hours, so it does get a little bit rough on me after a while. But I would be interested in continuing this story with you all if that's something you'd be interested in case you like it with the voices added. I know that they have their own voices, of course, but you know, it's a touch, it's a polka touch. Yeah, it's some spiciness to it. So yeah, I think I will be ending it here though. I hope that you all had a good time hanging out with me and enjoying some deep lore from Girls Frontline 2. It is a bit spoilery, so I understand if you might not have been able to watch all of it because of that. I know some people mentioned that earlier, so pretty much I hope that you all have a wonderful rest of your night or day. And if you do want to continue getting updates on stream stuff, you can always join the Discord if you haven't done so. But yeah, maybe next time I'll be able to get to do this. I don't know if I'm gonna do another session this weekend. I'm thinking about it though, so we can finish it up. Maybe on Saturday? I will update it when that time comes. Today's stream, later today, will be Master Duel, so I know many people might be looking forward to that, so goodbye everybody! Hope you all have a great rest of your day and all that, and I will be seeing you on the next stream. So let's go ahead and find someone that we can raid into for right now. And just kind of have a good vibe. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Interesting. Fireplay Blaze is actually playing Girls Frontline as well. If you all would like, we can go ahead and raid into him today. So let's get on it. And yeah. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. See you next time, okay? Oh no! Tomorrow! I was about to leave. But thank you so much for joining me for a bit. I'll give you a shout out anyway. But yeah, I'm kind of tidying things up here, so I won't be able to stream for you guys anymore. But I am grateful that you considered me for it. We're actually about to raid into someone else playing Girls Frontline. Because I'm getting a little tired. But yeah, thank you. It's still really nice that you came by. And I appreciate it a lot. Yay, thank you, Toramaru. Hope you had a nice Wuthering Wave stream too. Yeah, it seems like we're ending at about the same time, huh? Sorry about that if you wanted to see some stuff. But yeah, bye-bye everybody. Let's bring the raid over to the next streamer, Fireplay, and see what's going on over there.